Chapter 379. Life and Death is up to the heavens. He. Shen Kong laughed coldly. Even at this point, you still dare to say such words. Yin Yu, if I did not have a reason to kill you, I really would not want to kill you. There was unconcealable admiration in his words. The crowd was silent. Life and death, leave it up to fate. With such a great disparity between them, in such a hopeless situation, and in such a situation where death was certain, Su Yu could still straighten his back and say that life and death were up to fate. What kind of spirit, what kind of courage, what kind of face death with equanimity? Ripples appeared in the Phoenix Cabinet's master's calm heart. She stared at the center of the challenge ring, at the unyielding and defiant figure. She suddenly felt that it was piercing to her eyes. Was it because she had been peaceful for too long? She, who had seen the fickleness of the world and the vicissitudes of life, was now filled with indescribable feelings. He was touched and full of admiration. Shen Kong. The Phoenix Cabinet's master sighed softly and stood up. Step down. I will protect Yin Yu. He should not die here. Her gaze was calm, and there was no sharpness in her words. However, anyone could feel the will of the Phoenix Cabinet's master. Even if he had to fight with Shen Kong, he had to protect Yin Yu. Shen Kong stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look. His expression kept changing. Shen Kong, Feng Xian is officially betrothed to you. How about we just forget about today's matter? The Phoenix Cabinet's master took a step back. Shen Kong stared at Su Yu, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. After weighing the pros and cons, Shen Kong nodded his head unwillingly. Forget it. However, there is only one chance. The Phoenix Cabinet's master heaved a sigh of relief and cast a friendly gaze toward Su Yu. She could only do this much for Su Yu. Everyone's tightly clenched hearts were relieved at this moment as they gasped for breath. The scene just now was truly heart-wrenching. It was fortunate that the Phoenix Cabinet's master was a righteous person and had the thought of a talented person. Hence, Su Yu was saved. However, a sudden sentence caused everyone to freeze on the spot. You haven't even asked for my opinion. The voice was clear, and it came from Su Yu, who was in the middle of the arena. The Phoenix Cabinet's master had a premonition that something was wrong. What do you mean? Su Yu raised his head. His youthful face was filled with determination. This battle, I must fight to the end, even if it means the destruction of this world. The crowd was dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for him to preserve his life, so why did he insist on throwing his life away? Even if he knew that it would destroy the world and turn into dust in the passage of time? The Phoenix Cabinet's master could not understand Su Yu's stubbornness. Why do you insist on fighting? Su Yu smiled. His smile was filled with persistence, determination, and warmth. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she stared at the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. Because I came for Xian. She is a woman that even my life can't bear. How can we watch her marry someone else? Even if he died, he would fight to the end. This battle is only for Xian. The crowd was shocked. Su Yu's reason was actually a woman. Even if he knew that he would die, knew that there was no hope, knew that this was a battle that had already been decided, would he still press forward? For Feng Xian, for a woman, was it worth it? Xiana, is it really that important to you? Shen Kong raised his head and sighed. I really don't want to kill you. The tens of thousands of spectators were not the only ones who were moved. Even the enemies were deeply moved. Vowing to fight to the death for Feng Xian, countless people looked toward the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. They looked at the Saint Lady, who had yet to appear and had not said a word. Their eyes were filled with envy. In one's life, if there was a person who did not care about worldly fame and fortune, nor did he care about life and death, but only for love, he would disregard his own safety and fight with vigor. Even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward and fight for his life. How fortunate would such a person be? Feng Xian was someone loved by heaven and earth. A man was willing to do this for her. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was stunned for a moment. Fight for Feng Xian? She was silent for a long time, then a bitter smile appeared on her lips. You have made up your mind. I will not stop you. You, fight to your heart's content. She felt as if she had returned to her youth. Back then, she was also as beautiful as the sun. She had everything that Feng Xian had. The only thing she did not have was a man who would disregard his own safety for her. At that moment, even she could not hide her envy for her disciple. Without any more obstacles, Su Yu's gaze shifted from the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair to Shen Kong. "Let's fight." Shen Kong nodded, his eyes filled with complex murderous intents. "You are outstanding. I cannot compare to you. Crippling your cultivation level and letting you live in this world is cruel and disrespectful to you. Thus, I have decided to grant you death." Death was the greatest form of respect for a proud heaven ruler like Su Yu. Su Yu nodded deeply. "You are the same. I will either kill you or let you go. This is the only way." In reality, Su Yu really wanted to know why Shen Kong wanted to kill him. There was no hatred between them, but Shen Kong had made it clear that he had to die. Before this, Shen Kong had instructed Deputy Palace Master Xiao Guang to cause trouble at the Inu Manor. The hatred between them had come without rhyme or reason. But all of this was no longer important. Defeating Shen Kong was Su Yu's only goal. The same rules apply. You only have this one chance to attack. Shen Kong stood with his hands behind his back. But this time, there will be no exceptions. An immortal realm level 5 was in existence like a heaven master in the North Continent. Any technique Su Yu used would be futile in front of him. He only had one chance. Su Yu understood this. Thus, he had to defeat Shen Kong with one strike. Su Yu took a light breath, his expression solemn. He squatted down, his legs grabbing the ground tightly. Crack, because he had used too much force, the stone surface near his feet was crushed. His feet sank deep into the arena, submerging half his calves. His nerves were tense, his muscles squirming continuously, as though they were rocks that had been tightened. A cool breeze blew past. Under the cover of his clothes, his veins could be seen, as well as his large, tightened muscles. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. Before the fight had even begun, the crowd could feel an indescribable aura. It was as though Su Yu was preparing a terrifying technique. The Phoenix Cabinet's master lifted her head to look at the sky, a hint of shock appearing between her brows. The spirit energy of the Phoenix Fort has been stirred. What a powerful force of nature! Whenever an immortal level technique was used, it would be accompanied by a force of nature, whether strong or weak. But the force of nature that Su Yu had caused had already surpassed the scope of an ordinary technique. Suddenly, the flowing spirit energy seemed to have heard the call of nature, all of it gathering toward Su Yu. Without any warning, the rampaging spiritual energy set off a gale that filled the sky. Many fighters were caught off guard, and they were swept into the sky. Even roofs were blown away, the force terrifying. The ferocious spirit energy quickly engulfed Su Yu's head, condensing into liquid form, forming cloud. Spirit energy cloud layer, the crowd's pupils shrank, losing their voices in shock. So much spirit energy had been condensed. What technique is this? What kind of technique is this? No one could understand what was happening in front of them. Even the Phoenix Cabinet's master was finally moved. Her snow-like eyes flashed with shock. Could it be that this is Buddhist Saints' 8 characters? Bing! A heavenly roar reverberated between the heavens and the earth. It was filled with a nameless rhythm, as though it was an order. The horrifying spirit energy gathered above Su Yu's head, forming the word Bing 1,000 Chinese feet wide. An endless killing intent, an indescribable heavenly might, shot out from the word Bing. This word was filled with peerless killing intent. Shouts came from the word Bing, filling the heavens and the earth. It was as though the word Bing contained the roars of millions of soldiers and horses. The shocking killing intent was enough to kill the heavens, enough to destroy all life in the world. Crack! The teacup in the hands of the Phoenix Cabinet's master suddenly shattered. Her calm and elegant eyes were filled with a deep seriousness, her throat letting out a low murmur, a legendary-level technique. How is this possible? Mu Tianfang, who was at the side, heard her master's soft murmur. She froze on the spot, as though she had been struck by lightning. A legendary-level technique, that was an existence of the legends. It was a technique that could only be cultivated by deities. Su Yu had actually cultivated a deity's technique. The 1,000 Chinese foot word Bing could kill everything. It was filled with a boundless killing intent, compressed within it. Once it exploded, it would destroy everything. Everyone, leave the area. No one is allowed to come within 100,000 Chinese feet. Immediately. Retreat. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyelids twitched. She regained her senses, her expression changing as she hurriedly gave the order. Hearing this, the crowd sensed the severity of the situation. The suppressed killing intent within the word Bing caused their hearts to palpitate. Once it was unleashed, they would be crushed to pieces if they were too close. Whoosh, 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 figures charged into the sky, scattering in all directions in a hurry. They escaped 100,000 Chinese feet away, watching from afar. Let's go as well. The Phoenix Cabinet's master grabbed Mu Tianfang, retreating 10,000 Chinese feet away as well. This was the first time Mu Tianfang saw fear in her master's eyes. Master, how powerful is this attack of his? Mu Tianfang swallowed hard, her eyes unable to leave Su Yu. That kid, whom she had almost captured as a thief, could actually cause her master to fear him. The Phoenix Cabinet's master stared at the word Bing, her expression solemn as she shook her head. This is the first time I have seen a legendary-level technique. I have no way of knowing how powerful this attack is. The only thing I know is that if I were to receive it head-on, there would be no other outcome other than death. Even surviving with serious injuries would be a miracle. Shen Kong has lost. The Phoenix Cabinet's master said, her clear eyes staring at Su Yu without blinking. Su Yu, who was only a junior in her eyes, was actually hiding such frightening power. Mu Tianfang's mind felt like it was being struck by lightning, her mouth dry. He can kill master. She had thought that Su Yu could at most threaten her master. But in the end, this attack was more than enough to kill her master. Yin Yu was too powerful. He was so powerful that it made people feel suffocated and hopeless. On the arena, Shen Kong's expression was stiff, his eyes flickering violently. Deep within his pupils, it was overflowing with fear. That confidence, that arrogance, that aura of a king that looked down on the world, had all disappeared at that moment. Divine. Words. Technique. Technique. Shen Kong clenched his teeth, suppressing his body from trembling. For words escaped from between his teeth. A legendary-level technique, a divine technique that disregarded the suppression of levels. This kind of divine technique that should not exist in the Zhenlong continent was actually controlled by Su Yu. An aura of death encircled his mind. Shen Kong knew that he could not block this attack. Chapter 380. A deep sense of defeat welled up in his heart. He was strong, but Su Yu was stronger. Su Yu was the true king of the heaven rulers of the North Continent. He was the true king of all geniuses. Yin Yu. This battle is not over. The word Bing was heard, and the universe was silent. The frequency of the murderous roar was too fast, exceeding the limits of what the human ear could capture. The crowd could not hear the murderous roar. They could only see the nothingness. With Su Yu at the center, the shattered arena silently turned into dust as if it was made of tofu, drifting into the sky. The ground beneath the arena disintegrated layer by layer, forming a huge crater. The preparation area, the stairs, the railings, the gate, the walls, the stone chairs that the crowd had sat on, the observation platform that the Phoenix Cabinet's master had sat on, everything seemed to dissipate like smoke, disappearing inch by inch before everyone's eyes, turning into dust that drifted in the air. In the blink of an eye, the huge arena had turned into a bottomless crater that was 10,000 feet wide. Everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. When the murderous roar finally dissipated, what appeared before the crowd was a bottomless crater that was 10,000 feet wide, as well as 50,000 feet of ground that was filled with cracks. 10,000 feet away, the crowd gasped, their hearts in shock. Due to their fear, it was difficult for them to make a sound. Su Yu's attack had toppled everything they knew. At that moment, there was absolute silence. Only the soft sound of the dust falling could be heard. After a long time, the sound of people gasping could be heard from the crowd. Yin Yu, he is really only 16 years old. No one could believe that this was done by a youth who had yet to reach adulthood. After a moment, the dust settled, and the ruins and empty arena appeared clearly before their eyes. The ghastly and terrifying scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Above the crater, a silver-haired figure stood alone in the air. Looking at his back, anyone would feel respect from the bottom of their hearts. Since ancient times, when had there ever been such a world-shaking genius in the Phoenix Meet? Top geniuses like Wei Qilin and Zhong Luan would be the kings of the heaven rulers in any era. But this time, not only had they appeared, there was also the supreme king who stood above the heaven rulers, the rumored undefeated legend, Shen Kong. He had created a peak era. However, to everyone's surprise, a group of dark horses appeared out of nowhere. He had destroyed Shen Kong's undefeatable legend and created the strongest battle record in history. As a young man, even the Phoenix Cabinet's master had to retreat when he reached the level of a heaven master. No matter how many generations passed, no one could surpass such a legendary figure that shocked the annals of history. All of them had witnessed with their own eyes a legendary genius who could suppress an era. No matter how many years passed, they would never be able to forget it. Everyone's attention was focused on Su Yu. It was as if Su Yu was standing above billions of living beings, and he was being worshipped by them. After that day, Su Yu's name would be on par with the continent's heaven masters. He would become a legend that the later generations would never be able to surpass. Did I win? Su Yu's voice was hoarse, and it was extremely ear-piercing. His entire body was exhausted, as if all his strength and spiritual energy had been sucked dry. He swayed in the air and landed on the edge of the bottomless abyss. He didn't immediately recuperate. His weary eyes burned with the light of hope. He quickly swept his eyes over the crowd, searching for the figure he had worked so hard for. As if understanding his gaze, the crowd quietly made way. A snow-cloud celestial sedan chair, filled with a holy aura, stood there quietly. Inside was the woman Su Yu had yearned for in his dreams. "Xiana, I won. Come out and meet me." Su Yu endured the burning sensation in his throat and said with difficulty. He believed that even though he was wearing a mask, even though his face had changed beyond recognition, Xiana would definitely be able to recognize that Yin Yu was Su Yu. However, the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair was silent for a long time before a gentle voice could be heard. The voice was beautiful and pleasant, like the voice of a celestial being. Hearing it, one felt that one's heart was empty and filled with a holy aura. Sorrow, anger, joy, and happiness, all of these emotions had disappeared. In one's heart, there was only that holy feeling. "I'm sorry, but I will only marry Shen Kong. You can leave." The holy voice was ethereal, but it was completely emotionless. The indifference that kept people at a distance caused the expressions of many to change. Their gazes toward Su Yu were filled with sympathy and pity. He had fought to the death for Xiana. Could it be that Feng Xian was not touched in the least? Why was she so heartless? Su Yu froze on the spot. That voice was ethereal and contained a deep meaning. It was like Xiana's voice, but at the same time, it was not. He could not tell if it was Xiana. "Come out, I only want to meet you once," Su Yu repeated. The Phoenix Cabinet's master sighed silently, feeling sorry for Shen Kong. Her gaze landed on the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. "Feng, Shen Kong is dead. Reconsider." A calm voice came from the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. "Shen Kong is not dead. Yin Yu has lost." "Hey!" The crowd was shocked. Amidst that earth-shattering murderous voice, Shen Kong's corpse was not left. There was no way for him to survive. Su Yu turned his head, activating his crystalline pupils. His expression gradually changed. The Phoenix Cabinet's master also turned to look. She was confused for a moment, then said seriously, "That is, in the sky above the bottomless abyss, a bronze mask floated in the air, rising slowly. Everything in the arena had turned to dust, but the bronze mask was safe and sound." Creak, a ripple of space came from the bronze mask. After that, as everyone gasped in shock, a strange scene appeared. The bronze mask glowed with a green light, and a figure appeared behind the mask. Shen Kong, the undefeatable legend, Shen Kong. That figure was him, without a doubt. The only difference was that his handsome face was hidden behind the mask. He was completely unharmed. The Phoenix Cabinet's master stared at the mask, her expression gradually changing. Middle-grade divine artifact, eternal mask. What? Middle-grade divine artifact. Countless people gasped. Yin Yu had a middle-grade divine artifact, and Shen Kong had one as well, but the crowd knew the origin of Yin Yu's silver bow. But where did Shen Kong's divine artifact come from? The Empire of Darkness's sub-palace only had one middle-grade palace garrison divine artifact. How could they give Shen Kong another one? But everyone understood that it was this divine artifact that had sucked Shen Kong into that deadly attack, allowing him to avoid the disaster and escape unscathed. The hearts of countless people sank. Didn't possessing such a divine artifact mean that Shen Kong was undefeatable? As long as it was not beneficial to him, he would immediately enter the divine artifact. Who in the world could do anything to him? On the other hand, Su Yu's previous attack had clearly used up all of his spirit energy and stamina. His throat was also severely affected. It could be said that he was completely exhausted and could not use it a second time. Under such circumstances, how could he fight Shen Kong, who was completely unscathed? The one who had lost was Yin Yu. He had lost this battle, lost the woman he loved, and lost his life. As expected, I cannot let you live, said Shen Kong. You have forced me to this extent. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you at all costs the first time I met you. He had a serious expression, filled with murderous intents. No one could stop him anymore. Su Yu had to die. The crowd was confused. Could it be that Shen Kong and Su Yu already had a grudge? Everyone looked toward Su Yu and realized that his gaze was fixed on Shen Kong's mask, his expression unprecedentedly serious. So it's you. Su Yu bit his teeth, his heart filled with shock. Bronze mask, Su Yu would never forget the mysterious leader of the Black Water Pirates in the Inu area. As the leader of the Black Water Pirates, he had massacred them after making use of them. He had then chased after Tu Long and Su Yu, allowing them to escape. At that time, Su Yu was like an ant in front of him, without any ability to retaliate. To be able to escape and ascend to the heavens was a blessing. Su Yu was clear about this person's motive. He wanted to use the Black Water Pirates to excavate the underground tomb in the Inu area and obtain the so-called door. From what Su Yu knew, that door was the target of a group of mysterious plaited bamboo hat men. Behind the plaited bamboo hat men was an invincible existence comparable to the King of Darkness. The Ninth Saint Master, the leader of the Black Water Pirates, was a subordinate of the Ninth Saint Master. However, the leader was actually Shen Kong. He was a spy of the Empire of Darkness. Looks like you have already recognized me. Shen Kong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No wonder Shen Kong was so determined to kill Su Yu. No wonder he had sent people to provoke Su Yu. Everything was clear now. Shen Kong was the leader who had searched for the mysterious door. In his eyes, the treasures in the underground tomb had been plundered by Su Yu. That door was definitely in Su Yu's hands. That was the main reason he wanted to kill Su Yu. So, I cannot let you live. Shen Kong was filled with murderous intents as he approached. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's expression changed. But she was too far away. How could she save Su Yu in time? Su Yu was exhausted. His body was empty of spirit energy. How could he fight Shen Kong at his peak? He had lost this match. He had lost this match. He had lost his life. And he had lost Xiana, looking at the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair in front of him, looking at Xiana who was just inches away, looking at Xiana who was within reach but far away. Su Yu's heart was in turmoil. From the misunderstanding at the Twilight Mountains, to the engagement at their second meeting, to the disaster at the Duke of Shenyu's palace, to their reunion at the Fenghuang Valley, and their parting at the Shenyu prefecture. He had thought that after their reunion, he would bring Xiana far away. He had thought that from then on, they would never be separated. He had thought that from then on, he would give Xiana a promise of a future. But the truth was that Xiana had fallen in love with someone else. Even before she died, she was unwilling to see Su Yu. She was only willing to marry Shen Kong, the person who wanted to kill him. Why had he chased her from Shenyu Island to the Zhenlong continent? From the Xianyun sect to the 100 Territories Alliance, from the Empire of Darkness to the North Continent. Why had he increased his abilities step by step? All for the sake of controlling his own fate, to give him and Xiana a future that no one could affect. However, the reality was so cruel. He was going to die at the hands of Shen Kong, and Xiana was going to throw herself into Shen Kong's embrace. Dissatisfaction, grief, and anger surged in his heart like a raging wave. Why? He had already worked so hard, fought so hard, but the heavens had given him such a fate. The woman he loved had thrown herself into someone else's embrace, and he was going to die in front of her. Before he died, even the chance to see her was taken away. All the hard work he had put in had turned into bubbles in front of fate. The heavens were making fools of people, and fate was unfair. Su Yu's heart went from disappointment to grief, from grief to dissatisfaction, and from dissatisfaction to anger. Why did fate have to shackle him, give him so many hardships, and give him such a tragic end? His life had only been a short 3 years, but he had been oppressed by fate, oppressed by unfairness, and made fools of by fate. Chapter 381. The pair of black eyes that had always been deep and calm was gradually filled with a dark red color. Together with his silver hair in the wind, he looked like a demon who had gone berserk. That unwillingness to accept fate, unwillingness to be oppressed, and unwillingness to defy heavens will suddenly exploded. A formless energy circled around Su Yu's body. Heaven and earth rumbled, thunder roared. An indescribable pressure descended from the endless 9 heavens. It was as if even heaven was startled, suppressing this heaven-defying will. What a powerful defying will! It actually affected the will of heaven. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet lost her voice in shock, looking up at the changing sky, her expression grave. Mu Tianfang also raised her head and looked up. Feeling the pressure that came from the heavens, her heart jumped. Master, what is going on? Who was the one who released this pressure? Who is above the 9 heavens? The master of the Phoenix Cabinet looked deep into the sky, her gaze flickering. There is no one. This will is the will of heaven. Even though the world is big, it is not bigger than heaven and earth. Be it the many islands or the Zhenlong continent, all of the fighters are bound to heaven and earth. Anyone who dares to break free from heaven and earth will be suppressed by heaven. Heaven, Mu Tianfang was extremely shocked. Did heaven really exist in this world? The power of a fighter surpasses that of mortals. Level 9 of the martial path, level 7 of the Holy King, level 7 of the Dragon Realm, level 5 of the Immortal Realm. With every step, one's power increases. When one reaches level 5 of the Immortal Realm, one can even contend with the power of heaven and earth. If one takes another step, one can stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth, surpassing the restraints of heaven and earth, disrupting the natural order. Thus, heaven and earth will not allow the existence of someone who has surpassed the Immortal Realm. Anyone who appears will be punished by heaven, Mu Tianfang muttered. But Yin Yu has not reached level 5 of the Immortal Realm. How could he have surpassed the Immortal Realm? Why would he be suppressed by heaven? The master of the Phoenix Cabinet said seriously, to surpass the restraints of heaven, other than cultivation level, there is another thing. That is divine decree. When one's divine decree is strong enough to interfere with heaven's fate, one will be punished by heaven. Not only has Su Yu's divine decree reached divine grade, it has also merged with his comprehension. It looks like he is about to break through the restraints and reach divine grade. If the divine decree was too strong, it would defy the heavens and would incur the wrath of the heavens. Mu Tianfang was even more puzzled. Pure divine grade. But Feng Xian has also integrated her own understanding and reached the level of pure divine grade. Her words and actions are filled with holiness and purity. Why hasn't she been punished by the heavens? The Phoenix Cabinet's master looked at Su Yu deeply, her eyes filled with an indescribable admiration. That is because the comprehension he has fused with is the reverse decree. It is the defying will that even heaven and earth fear. Feng Xian's pure divine grade divine decree only has a pure and holy aura. It does not interfere with the order of heaven and earth. However, Su Yu is combining the will of defying all living beings. No one knows what kind of thing a pure returning divine grade divine decree would be like. What kind of injustice did a person have to bear to be able to release a rebellious intent that even the heavens feared? Mu Tianfang was deeply moved. At this moment, this scene was the most depressing, most indignant, and most despairing of a person's life. Su Yu's divine decree, which had been stagnant for a long time, had finally made new progress. After a night of comprehension at the Forgotten World Pavilion, Su Yu felt that his divine decree was lacking something. Now, in the midst of his great sorrow, Su Yu's thoughts were clear. He finally knew what his divine decree was lacking. What he lacked was his own willpower. His divine decree had been born from the heavenly finger of the elder in the mural. Even though it had changed beyond recognition, it was still unable to break away from the traces of imitation. No matter how strong it was still someone else's divine decree. Hence, reaching the divine grade was the limit. Now that his thoughts were clear, Su Yu finally understood the reason why his divine decree had stagnated. It lacked his own willpower. Only by fusing his willpower could it be considered a divine decree that truly belonged to him, reaching the next realm of the divine decree, the pure divine decree. Yun Yazi had once said that the divine grade was the lowest level of the divine decree. Hence, the pure divine decree meant that Su Yu had successfully stepped onto a new level, transcending mortality and returning to purity. Su Yu's divine decree had undergone a metamorphosis from mortality to purity. One was an imitation of the divine decree. The other was a divine decree filled with his defying will. Su Yu's mind was clear, his thoughts connected to heaven and earth. He had once been confused about the divine decree, but now, everything was clear and smooth. However, just as Su Yu was comprehending a brand new divine decree, a mysterious willpower forcefully interfered, waking him from his empty state. That willpower was extremely strong, as vast as heaven and earth. In front of it, Su Yu could not resist and was forced out of his comprehension. At the same time, from the endless 9 heavens, a mighty voice came from all directions. The heavenly laws must not be messed with, the divine power must not be violated. The mighty voice spread across millions of miles of mountains and rivers. That was heaven, the ruler of the unseen world, the ancient will of heaven and earth, issuing a warning. Within 1,000,000 miles, all the martial artists were shocked and dumbfounded. Wherever the voice of heaven passed, they felt a sense of insignificance. It was as if the owner of that voice could cause them to fall to dust with just a single will. The mountains, rivers, grass, and trees were silent. The wild wind in the forest stopped abruptly. The pursuing demonic beasts trembled and crawled. The rivers stopped flowing, silent. The ocean was calm, the giant waves calmed. Time and space seemed to stop. Heaven and earth seemed to be silent. The Zhenlong continent, the endless ocean, every corner of heaven and earth reverberated. That was clearly the voice of heaven. That was a warning to Su Yu, a warning to all living beings in heaven and earth. Those who defied heaven would be destroyed. Everyone on the continent was shocked. In the middle continent, at the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness, there was a tall mountain that pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the cliff, an imposing man stood alone in the sky. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, standing high above the clouds. His feet stepped on the land, and above his head was a boundless blue sky. It was as if he was the only one in heaven and earth. His black cloak fluttered even though there was no wind, swirling like the clouds, accentuating his imposing figure to be boundlessly domineering. Heaven has raged, and the defiance of heaven has come forth. My path is not lonely. That imposing face was filled with a gratified expression. He needs a helping hand. That pair of eyes that were as sharp as peerless arrows shot out a beam of divine light. The light was like a rainbow, emitting a power that could destroy the world. The beam of light pierced through the clouds, reaching the depths of the 9 heavens. At that moment, the mighty voice of heaven stopped abruptly, as if it had encountered a peerless attack. Heaven and earth returned to normal. The rivers surged, and everything returned to normal. With a glance, he could sever the voice of heaven. Who was he? He stood above the human world, looking down on all living beings, defying heaven. In the dark forest, on an ancient mountain peak, a priest shrouded in 9 colors sat cross-legged. The 9-colored divine light covered his body, concealing his aura. However, at the foot of the mountain, there were thousands of demonic beasts crawling. At the very front was an immortal realm level 5 peak demonic beast emperor, a divine bird. It crawled under the feet of the 9-colored divine light priest, trembling uncontrollably. It was as if the 9-colored priest was the ruler of all living beings. Rumble, the mighty voice of heaven rumbled. The 9-colored priest opened his eyes. A beam of divine light burst forth, and the thousands of demonic beasts roared in shock. The 9-colored priest raised his head to look at the sky. His voice was old and emotionless, just like the voice of heaven and earth. The defiance of heaven and earth shall be punished. At that moment, the voice of heaven stopped abruptly. The 9-colored priest looked toward the middle continent, indifferent and emotionless. Changing the secrets of heaven, disturbing the laws of heaven, I, the Holy Master, will kill you personally. Creak, with a flash of the 9-colored light, the 9-colored priest disappeared. At the venue of the Phoenix Cabinet, thousands of people were silent, listening to the warning of heaven and earth. The hearts of countless people trembled in fear. Even someone as strong as the Phoenix Cabinet's master was trembling, her eyes filled with an indescribable fear. Shun Kong gasped, looking at Su Yu with a gaze filled with deep fear. Just what kind of person was he fighting? His rebellious intent had actually caused heaven and earth to suppress him. Luckily, with heaven's suppression, Su Yu quickly retreated from that terrifying transformation. His path to returning to nature had been forcefully severed by heaven. Su Yu looked toward the depths of heaven, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What crime have I committed? Su Yu roared. I, Yin Yu, only wish for a lifetime of peace. Why are you forcing me, trying to kill me? It was one thing for his life to be full of ups and downs. He had broken through the shackles of the divine decree to survive. But heaven had revealed itself, severing his path to returning to nature, severing his path to survival. How hateful, detestable, and despicable was heaven. I do not believe it. I am not willing. I am not willing. You can forget about suppressing me with your will alone. Not only did Su Yu not compromise, his rebellious intent deepened. His dark red eyes were filled with a boundless rebellious intent. If heaven forsakes me, I would rather become a demon. The phrase become a demon shook everyone's hearts, piercing through the heavens and into heaven. It was as if the crowd could see, under the suppression of heaven, a human defying the heavens and becoming a demon. Divine decree, appear. The veins on Su Yu's neck pulsed, his face flushed red. His dark red eyes were filled with a peerless cold light. Buzz, buzz, crack on the surface of his body, purple lightning and white cold energy flowed out at the same time. His divine decree was mainly ice and thunder. I defy heaven's will, revealing the path to returning to nature. Go. Buzz, 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 heaven and earth shook. Su Yu's body trembled violently, his throat letting out a painful roar. It was as if something was being stripped from his body. That was the divine decree, the ice and thunder divine decree. Pop, with a soft sound, the ice and thunder left Su Yu's body, turning into two balls of light and entering the darkness. Heaven was suppressing him, but he wanted to defy it and return to nature under the eyes of heaven. At that moment, a thunderous roar came from deep within heaven. Su Yu's actions had angered heaven. As long as I have a breath, my will not cease. Divine decree, return to nature. Su Yu roared. At that moment, heaven and earth rumbled. In the boundless sky, two incomparably strange eyes actually appeared. One was dark purple, glowing with a mysterious light. The other was ice white, glowing with a cold divine light. A pair of giant eyes hung above the 9 heavens, overlooking all life. It was as if they were heaven's eyes, monitoring the world. This scene shook everyone's heart. Could Su Yu's divine decree be to take away the heaven's eyes and use Su Yu's eyes to replace heaven's eyes to survey the world? How rebellious was that? How was he defying heaven? Rumble, a boundless roar came from deep within the 9 heavens. Su Yu had completely angered the ruler of the unseen world. Boom, a shapeless vortex descended. An ancient 9-story pagoda slowly descended from the vortex, from the 9 heavens. Rumble, the descent of the ancient pagoda caused the world to tremble. Angry waves rippled across the vast ocean. Every living creature trembled in fear from the depths of their souls. The Zhenlong continent, the vast ocean, every corner of heaven and earth sunk into an indescribable pressure. It was as if the ancient pagoda could destroy this world. When the heaven-defying emperor appears, all laws will punish him. If you go against the heavens, you shall be destroyed. A mighty heavenly voice came from the ancient pagoda. Everyone looked over. At the peak of the ancient pagoda, in the midst of the destructive aura, a young man in ancient clothes was sitting with his eyes closed. Next to him, a divine sword that could destroy the world was stabbed into the ancient tower. The peerless sword radiance exuded a supreme killing intent. With just a glance, everyone felt as if they had already died 1,000,000 times. This was a sword that could destroy the world. The young man's eyes were still closed, as if he was an ancient corpse. However, his body was emitting a terrifying aura that had never been seen in the Zhenlong continent. Looking at him, the crowd had a feeling that once he opened his eyes, all living things in the Zhenlong continent would be slaughtered. Whoosh! A destructive aura suddenly descended. The heavenly eye that Su Yu had condensed shook violently and quickly dimmed. Crack! Without any resistance, the unformed heaven's eye shattered in the air. At the same time, the destructive energy charged toward Su Yu, intending to turn him into dust. Shun Kong was shocked by the ancient pagoda, the young man, and the divine sword. But Su Yu's death was as he wished. To die at the hands of the heavens, you can die without regret. Shun Kong said from the bottom of his heart. How glorious was it to die at the hands of the heavens? Su Yu looked up at the destructive energy, at the ancient pagoda, his rebellious intent unquenchable. If there is a next life, I will definitely destroy the heavens. His mighty words transformed into a heaven-defying sword, traveling against the current and resounding through the heavens. He would rather die than submit. But at that moment, a divine light pierced through the heavens, through the continent, and through time and space. Creak! The descending destructive energy was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the divine light shot toward the ancient pagoda in the heavens. Rumble! The world-shaking ancient pagoda shook violently. A furious roar came from within the vortex. The ancient pagoda was slowly sucked into the vortex, retreating. The nameless vortex quickly disappeared, and the world regained its clarity. The ancient pagoda had been forced back. The punishment of the heavens had been forcefully severed. Who was it? What kind of powerful being would go against the heavens, forcing them back? But no matter who it was, Su Yu was saved. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu bellowed, "Divine decree, pure divine decree." Buzz, buzz, buzz! The heavenly eyes that had disappeared reformed once again. This time, there was no heavenly clan elder, and it quickly solidified. In an instant, it became a pair of giant eyes that spanned across the heavens, one purple and one white, overlooking the earth, emitting a power that could destroy the world. It hung behind Su Yu, making his slender figure look like the king of Brahma. At that moment, it was as if Su Yu had become the heavens that controlled everything. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Su Yu laughed. His laughter was hoarse, but it was extremely penetrating, landing in the hearts of everyone present. Countless people swallowed hard, their hearts trembling in fear. The current Su Yu was very frightening as a demon. The pure divine decree had been successfully cultivated. It contained a rebellious intent, forcefully breaking through under the suppression of the heavens. My life is up to me. If anyone tries to stop me, I fight them. If the heavens try to stop me, I fight the heavens. Su Yu laughed, his voice raspy. Silver hair, red eyes, and a rebellious intent. It was as if a heavenly demon had been born. After laughing for a long time, Su Yu lowered his head. In the sky, the heavenly eyes that spanned tens of thousands of miles also followed Su Yu's eyes, slowly turning. It was eerie and frightening. Shun Kong, it's time for the grudge between us to come to an end. Shun Kong's body trembled. He looked at Su Yu and the heavenly eyes behind him, filled with shock and fear. Escape. Shun Kong did not even hesitate, turning to escape. That was an eye that even the heavens could not suppress. He was no match for it. Creak! The space shimmered, and Shun Kong's body disappeared, entering the eternal mask. That was a self-contained space. Unless the middle-grade divine artifact, the Eternal Mask, was destroyed, it would not harm Shen Kong in the slightest. Su Yu's expression was indifferent, his red eyes filled with killing intent. He let out a distant voice. Heavenly divine eyes. Rumble. Chapter 382. Creak. The heavenly eyes glowed brightly, shooting out two beams of divine light, one purple and one white. It had already broken away from the boundaries of ice and thunder. It did not contain the power of thunder or the power of ice, only pure destructive power. Once the divine light appeared, the sky rumbled and the earth shook. All living things within 10,000 miles prostrated themselves. It was as if the ancient tower of heaven had returned. The people of the Phoenix Cabinet were all overwhelmed with fear and shock, unable to be any more shocked. This was the pure divine decree that Su Yu had cultivated in defiance of the natural order. Was that still within the boundaries of the human race? It could fight against the might of the heavens. Whoosh, the divine light pierced tens of thousands of feet, drawing countless afterimages in the sky. Ignoring space and time, Shen Kong was struck by the divine light the moment he hid within the Eternal Mask. Creak, the world-shaking divine light, the eternal divine artifact. The expected collision did not happen. The divine light pierced through the Eternal Mask. Ah, no. A cry of alarm came from within the Eternal Mask. Following that, the space shook, and the divine light shot out from within the mask. At the same time, the divine light pierced through a figure, shooting toward the horizon. Looking over, that figure was Shen Kong, who had hidden within the space of the mask. His chest had been pierced by two beams of divine light, his flesh churning. His entire body was engulfed in purple and white flames, burning fiercely. The intense pain caused Shen Kong's handsome face to contort, making him look ferocious. Yin Yu, stop. Shen Kong roared in pain. Su Yu was unmoved. When Shen Kong had wanted to kill him back then, had he held back? Now that he wanted to kill Su Yu, had he held back? Su Yu had never been merciful to his enemies. Slap, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a puff, Shen Kong turned into ashes, scattering into the sky. The roars stopped abruptly. Ding, the mask seemed to have lost its owner, falling to the ground with a clear sound. The entire place was silent. They looked at the drifting ashes in shock. That was Shen Kong's ashes. Even if he had hidden within the space, even if he had hidden within the divine artifact, he could not escape from the heavenly eyes. He was a heaven master of the North Continent. Just like that, he had been silently and easily erased from the world by the heavenly eyes. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's colorful eyes were filled with terror. In her heart, after being silent for so many years, she felt a rare fear of death. Shen Kong's death made her, who was also a heaven master, understand that even an immortal level 5 did not mean eternal life. There were many beings in the world that could kill them, such as Yin Yu. Shen Kong was dead. He had vanished from the world. All of his grudges had vanished into thin air. The once invincible legend of the Northern Continent had fallen in the end. The pinnacle battle of the Northern Continent had been witnessed by tens of thousands of people. The clash of two generations of legends had ended in death. A new generation of mythical king was born, Silver Feather, the legendary genius who had founded the Northern Continent for thousands of years. He was the true king who had suppressed countless generations of sky prides. He was the invincible legend. In the Northern Continent, there was no one in the same generation that could compete with him. No, even a heaven master would be stepped on by this king of geniuses. Tonight was an unforgettable memory. Everyone here, even if they were old, even if they were about to pass away, they would not forget today's battle. They would not forget to personally witness the birth of a legendary king. Su Yu raised his hand and grabbed, holding the Eternal Mask in his palm. It was a simple bronze color, marked by the vicissitudes of time, and there were faintly discernible ripples in the space. "It belongs to me," Su Yu said as if there was no one else present, keeping it in his robes. No one disobeyed this action, and no one had any thoughts of snatching it away. Even if it was a middle-grade divine artifact, the divine artifact of a superfaction of the Northern Continent. Even the Phoenix Cabinet's master only hesitated for a moment before giving up on trying to stop him. To her, The eternal mask was also an exceptional divine artifact. With it, there were only a few people who could harm her. But so what if she obtained it? In front of the heavenly eyes, the eternal mask was nothing. Suyu took a step forward, arriving in front of the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. They were 100 feet apart, only 100 feet. After a few life and death situations, he had finally crossed 100 feet. "Come out," Suyu said apathetically. His dark red eyes were cold and merciless. He only wanted to see Xiana one last time, ask her clearly, and sever their ties with the mortal world. The crowd was silent, staring at this final moment. Yin Yu had defied the heavens, seeking life in the face of death, all for Fengxian. Now, the dust had finally settled. Would Fengxian follow him from now on, or would she reject him and become a stranger in the mortal world? The eyes of countless women were filled with jealousy and envy. Even her master, the Phoenix Cabinet's master, found it difficult to let go. To have such a person in one's life, what more could one ask for? A dragon among men, the king of the youths, yet he dared to go against the heavens, seeking life in a desperate situation, without any hesitation, just to see her. Which woman would not be envious of such a lover? In fact, in the hearts of many women, Fengxian might not be worthy of such an outstanding youth. "Even though you won, I do not wish to marry you. Leave." His voice was calm, but it was unusually resolute. She had rejected him. What a heartless woman, Zhong Luan said. Jiang Mufei's eyes were filled with jealousy. Exactly. Yin Yu risked his life and went against the heavens just to see her. But this is the result. Many women secretly heaved a sigh of relief, their moods a little better. If Yin Yu really married Fengxian, they would be disappointed. The Phoenix Cabinet's master calmly said, "Feng Shen Kong is already dead. Yin Yu is deeply in love with you. Why reject him?" A holy aura floated out from the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. She was like a high and mighty fairy, elegant and dignified, not to be messed with. "Master, I understand that Sir Yin Yu is deeply in love with me, but I cannot accept someone I do not love. Sir Yin Yu, please find someone else to love." Even though her words were tactful, there was a sense of superiority and arrogance, as if she was looking down on others. It was as if Suyu was deeply in love with her, and it was only right. "I only wish to see you," Suyu repeated for the last time. An elegant voice floated out from the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. "Since you do not love me, why meet me? Sir, please return." She was not even willing to meet him. Jiang Mufei creased her nose. What a hypocritical woman, pretending to be reserved. If she rejected Suyu, so what if she came out and rejected him? She insisted on sitting in the sedan chair, thinking she was noble. Only then could she show her vanity in rejecting the legendary king. Zhong Luan creased his brows, a little unhappy. Yin Yu is so deeply in love, why does he love such a woman? It is not worth it. Those with high emotional intelligence could sense that Fengxian was intentionally being reserved. In front of all the geniuses of the North Continent, and even when the legendary king was begging her, she was not willing to meet him. It was obvious that she was being deliberate. After this incident, her name would definitely spread far and wide. Suyu had defeated the geniuses of the North Continent, but Fengxian was not allowed to meet him. Fengxian would undoubtedly be praised greatly. The Phoenix Cabinet's master also sensed her disciple's intentions, creasing her brows. She was about to berate her when Suyu moved. Thump! Suyu raised his palm and struck the snow-cloud celestial sedan chair. At once, the beautiful and noble celestial sedan chair was torn into pieces. The unicorn that was grazing leisurely at the side neighed and retreated in shock. His attack was so sudden that no one had expected it. Within the celestial sedan chair, a beautiful figure was caught off guard. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. The crowd looked over, their eyes filled with shock. It was a woman in a snow-white robe. Her dress was as white as snow, and she looked like a fairy. Her long black hair flowed down her back, fluttering in the wind. She had a classic face, her facial features as exquisite as if they were carved. She had bright eyes, white teeth, a fine nose, and red lips. Her skin was like snow, her bones like jade. Her figure was graceful, her figure beautiful. No matter from which angle she looked at it, she was an unparalleled beauty. The pure and holy aura that naturally circulated around her body gave this fairy-like beauty an extra sense of otherworldly immortality. It was as if she was a fairy that had descended from the heavens, noble, holy, and elegant. Once she appeared, all the women present felt ashamed of their inferiority. Feng Xian was too beautiful, so beautiful that she did not seem like a woman of the mortal world. At this moment, Feng Xian stabilized her figure. She was expressionless, her eyes cold. "Mr. Yin, why must you force me? A melon that is forcefully picked will not be sweet. You should understand this." As she spoke, she took light steps and brushed past Suyu, not looking him in the eye. Feng Xian paused, her back facing Suyu as she sighed. "Mr. Yin, I will accept your kindness. But I do not love you." Regretfully, thud, 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 but the sound of distant footsteps could be heard from behind her. Suyu walked toward the Phoenix Cabinet's master. His cold, disappointed, and complicated eyes once again glowed with a dazzling light. "Phoenix Cabinet's master, where is Xiana? Where is the Xiana I am looking for?" Suyu's tone was agitated, excited, and joyful. Feng Xian was not Xiana. As expected, it was not Xiana. Suyu felt ashamed and blamed himself. He should have known that Feng Xian was not Xiana. He had actually suspected that Xiana had fallen in love with someone else. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was confused. "Xiana? Isn't the Xiana you are looking for Feng Xian?" The crowd also opened their eyes wide. This, the woman that Yin had gone through so many hardships and gone through so many life and death situations to meet, was not Feng Xian. Feng Xian stopped in her tracks, her indifferent face turning slightly rigid. The crowd was completely silent. The sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. Suyu shook his head. "No, I am looking for Xiana, Qin Xiana." At this point, Suyu finally understood. Shen Kong calling Xiana was a nickname for Feng Xian. And Suyu's Xiana was Qin Xiana's real name. He had always thought that Feng Xian was Qin Xiana's nickname in the Phoenix Cabinet. Now it seemed that Feng Xian was Feng Xiana's real name. Such a blunder, such a misunderstanding, made Suyu blush with shame. Qin Xiana? Who was she? The crowd did not understand, their faces blank. Even the disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet were shocked. They had never heard of a female disciple called Xiana in the Phoenix Cabinet. Only the Phoenix Cabinet's master's pupils shrank. Her eyes were suddenly filled with caution as she said seriously, "Who are you? In other words, how did Yin know about Xiana?" Suyu took out a jade box from his robes. Inside the box was a feather emitting a warm energy. It was 5 in the morning. When he was uploading it, his hand trembled. He had deleted the chapter. He had intended to rewrite it until 1:30, but when he went online to check, he realized that he had found a temporary document. Chapter 383. Phoenix Feather. You are. The Phoenix Cabinet's master lost her voice in shock and stared at Suyu in disbelief. "You are that Su from the ancient Xianyun temple." She had even forgotten Suyu's name. At that time, Suyu was only at the level of a holy king. He was not even worthy of her attention, so how could she remember his name? In the past, in the ancient Xianyun temple, Suyu had plucked 3 feathers from the fire phoenix to save Xiana. After the incident, the Phoenix Cabinet's master chased after him. However, because she discovered that Xiana had the Phoenix of Death constitution, she did not punish Suyu. The 3 feathers were proof of Suyu's identity. "Pavilion Master, thank you for your forgiveness in the past, and thank you for taking care of Xiana in the past year. I can't thank you enough. It's really him." The Phoenix Cabinet's master felt as if the world was spinning, as if she was in a dream. The nameless junior from back then was now standing in front of her with the power to shake the world. The contrast between before and after was like a world of difference. After a long while, she finally calmed herself down. "So, it's you, Yin. I am indeed shocked by you." The two of them recognized each other. Suyu smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Cabinet Master, may I ask if you can allow me to meet Xiana?" In the past, Suyu had been unable to protect Xiana. But now, with Su Yu's fighting prowess, who in the northern continent would dare to provoke him? You are late. However, the Phoenix Cabinet's master sighed. Su Yu became anxious. What happened to her? Where are you? What's the situation? Don't worry. She's fine. I sent her away. The Phoenix Cabinet's master hurriedly consoled her. Xiana came to the Phoenix Cabinet for 3 months, and I sent her to a battleship. That is Xiana's final destination. Warship. Su Yu was startled. Didn't you take Xiana away because you fancied her aptitude and wanted to groom her? What do you mean by sending him to a warship? The Phoenix Cabinet's master waved her lily-white hand, and a barrier enveloped the two of them, isolating them from the outside world. I do want to nurture Xian. Unfortunately, although I am the pavilion master, I do not have the right to teach her. In my hands, the Phoenix of Death Constitution will only delay him. The Phoenix Cabinet's master laughed bitterly. Xian was sent away. It was no wonder that he had never heard of the rumors of the Phoenix of Death Constitution, even though he had been in the northern continent for half a year. Where is she? What kind of place is the battleship? Su Yu asked anxiously. Seeing that Su Yu was so anxious, the Phoenix Cabinet's master revealed a gentle expression. She had personally witnessed Su Yu reach this stage with great difficulty, and she had a good impression of him. Such a man was rare in the world. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was very pleased with Xiana. That adorable and mischievous little girl was truly blessed by heaven and earth. She possessed the Phoenix of Death physique, and even her marriage made others jealous. That battleship is an ancient battleship that has been around since ancient times in the Zhonlong continent. It has experienced the vicissitudes of time, yet it still stands tall and firm. It doesn't belong to a single force. Instead, it's a place where all the secluded experts of the continent gather. They call themselves the Heavenly Law Alliance, and there are many experts in it. In terms of true battle prowess, they can contend with any of the 8 great ancient clans. It's even rumored that they aren't weaker than the Empire of Darkness. However, they never participate in the conflicts of the continent. They live in seclusion and only appear when the continent is in danger. Su Yu raised his brows. The continent's crisis? What crisis? The Phoenix Cabinet's master stroked her hair, shaking her head. I don't know either. However, according to ancient records, whenever the continent changes, they will appear. The most recent time was when the Emperor of the Empire of Darkness came out of seclusion and swept across the land, exterminating the North Continent's 2 great ancient clans. In that battle, many people were wiped out, and the North Continent was in turmoil. However, that battle did not harm the North Continent. Do you know why? Su Yu said seriously. Could it be the Heavenly Law Alliance that you mentioned? That's right. The Phoenix Cabinet's master nodded. It is the Heavenly Law Alliance. They predicted that the North Continent would face a calamity, so they appeared in the North Continent and took away the geniuses of the unrelated forces. After the calamity, they sent them back. Only then could the devastated forces rise again, providing them with an endless supply of new power. The Phoenix Cabinet rose in that era. The Zhonlong continent had such an ancient force that did not appear. They only have one goal, to pass the ordeal, to leave behind an outstanding bloodline for the continent, to multiply and survive the calamity of the continent. Su Yu understood. To think that such a force existed on the continent that protected the continent. There are a few people in the North Continent in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Su Yu was surprised. Who? North Star Sword Saint Zhao Wuji, Snow-Gazing Daoist Food Songshan, Undead Phoenix Master Qiu Ning Shui, and Master Craftsman Lin Yunhe. The last time we met, I heard that there was a new fighter, Shantian Manor Master Zi Donglai. What? They are here. Su Yu was shocked. Senior Lin Yunhe and Senior Zi Donglai are also part of the battleship. Zi Donglai had disappeared for so long, but he had actually joined the Heavenly Law Alliance. And Lin Yunhe was clearly just a master craftsman of some renown in the 100 Territories Alliance. How could he be part of the Heavenly Law Alliance? The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyes were filled with respect. That's right. Many of the leaders of the large forces would choose to join the Heavenly Law Alliance after retiring from their positions as faction masters. They would hide from the world and train in peace. There are many experts among them, far more than you and I can imagine. For example, the undead Phoenix Master, Qiu Ningshui, whom I know the most. She was the previous Phoenix Cabinet's master, and also my master. Her cultivation level is deep and unfathomable. After so many years, it is even more difficult to guess her cultivation level. She might have broken through the barrier of the immortal realm and reached that godlike realm. Furthermore, my master possesses the bloodline of the undead phoenix. As long as she is breathing, she will not die. A drop of her blood can save any living creature that is about to die. Su Yu's eyes were filled with shock. Breaking through to the immortal realm? That was a realm that even the heavens were suppressing. Could the martial artists of the continent break through that barrier? I handed Xiana over to my master. Only she has the right to train the bloodline of the Phoenix of Death. Su Yu took a deep breath. Only by reaching the level of a heaven master could one understand the unknown truth of the Zhenlong continent. It turned out that the world did not only have the Empire of Darkness and the 8 great ancient clans. There was also the Heavenly Law Alliance. Then how should I find the Heavenly Law Alliance? Su Yu could not resist the urge. Even though he knew that Xiana was safe, he still wanted to see her. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet let out a bitter laugh. The Heavenly Law Alliance acts mysteriously. How could I find their tracks? Maybe they are nearby, or maybe they are in the boundless ocean. Unless the Heavenly Law Alliance personally appeared, no one would be able to find them. Su Yu was disappointed. Even though he had confirmed that Xiana had not fallen in love with someone else, it was a pity that he could not see her personally. Don't worry, said the master of the Phoenix Cabinet. Once Xiana's cultivation is successful, or if the so-called disaster is over, she will definitely come out to see you. You only need to protect yourself. Thank you. Su Yu shook his head, trying hard to suppress his disappointment. At this moment, a sweet fragrance, accompanied by a holy aura, assaulted him. It was Feng Xian, who had hesitated for a moment, walking to Su Yu's back. Mr. Yin Yu, I need an explanation. Su Yu acted as if he had not heard her. By the way, Cabinet Master, can you allow me to rest in the cabinet for a day? The master of the Phoenix Cabinet agreed. Of course you can. You have come all the way to the Phoenix Cabinet to spar. We naturally have to treat you well. The injured will be treated to the best of our abilities. The rest of you can rest and recover before leaving. Su Yu was relieved. Yin Yu, I want an explanation from you. Feng Xian's calm and noble face was slightly stiff. Su Yu ignored her, walking to Zhongluan's side. Brother Zhongluan, the meet has ended. What are your plans? Zhongluan's injuries were not severe. At least, Su Yu could sense that Zhongluan, who had a dense amount of spirit energy, had only lost 30% of his energy. Of course I will stay here and rest, Zhongluan replied with a smile. Hey! Su Yu's intuition told him that Zhongluan was hiding something. At this moment, Feng Xian's voice followed closely behind him. Her tone was a little cold. I'm asking you a question. You owe me an explanation. Su Yu raised his eyebrows, turning his head. What explanation do I owe you? Feng Xian's expression was cold, her expression unfriendly. It did not match her holy aura. What do you think? Su Yu was even colder than her. I do not know what you are talking about. After saying this, he turned to leave. Stop. Let me ask you something. You misunderstood me as the woman you admired, and you embarrassed me in public. Don't you think that you should say something? Feng Xian stood there. Although she was furious, she was incomparably pure and holy, as if there was no smoke or fire in her. Su Yu thought for a moment. He had indeed mistaken her for someone else, causing a misunderstanding. He cupped his fists and bowed sincerely. I misunderstood Feng Xian as the woman I like. I hope Feng Xian will forgive me if I tarnished your reputation. After saying this, Su Yu turned to leave with Zhongluan and the rest. But a cold scolding came from behind him. That's it. No sincerity. It is fine if you mistook me for someone else, but how can I face the world if you embarrass me in public? Hey! Su Yu was bewildered. When had he ever embarrassed Feng Xian in public? From start to finish, He had misunderstood Feng Xian as Xiana. He had not been stern in the slightest. Instead, Feng Xian seemed to be stepping on him to earn her reputation. This made Su Yu feel embarrassed. But after thinking about it, Su Yu understood. Feng Xian had thought that Su Yu's feelings for her were sincere. As such, she had rejected him repeatedly, wanting to show it to the world. But to her surprise, Su Yu's feelings were not for her, but for another woman. Her behavior was laughable and deplorable because of her unrequited love. But that was because she thought highly of herself. What did it have to do with Su Yu? Jiang Mufei laughed. Sister Fairy, it is a pity that the person Brother Yin Yu likes is not you. Even if you pester him endlessly, you will not change his mind. Hearing this, Feng Xian's face was filled with shame and anger. In Jiang Mufei's eyes, it was Feng Xian who regretted her actions, turning to pester him to woo Yin Yu. Suddenly, Feng Xian swept her gaze across the audience. Many of the disciples who had not left were looking at the scene with meaningful gazes. Some were looking at her with disdain, some were gloating, and some were mocking. Whoosh. Chapter 384. After saying this, she pretended to be calm, calmly walking away. What a hypocritical woman. I was worried that Brother Yin Yu would take a liking to such a woman. Jiang Mufei wrinkled her nose. Su Yu smiled. They had not known each other for long, but Jiang Mufei had already called him Brother Yin Yu. She looked mischievous, but in reality, she was shrewd and good at building relationships. Before the big battle, Su Yu had not displayed his extraordinary abilities, but Jiang Mufei had not been so intimate with him. However, with Zhongluan's kindness, he did indeed need the assistance of a scheming woman. Brother Zhongluan, you can leave first, Su Yu said. See you later. Zhongluan smiled warmly, walking away with Jiang Mufei. Su Yu smiled as he watched them leave, silently retreating into the shadows of a wasteland. Suddenly, Su Yu's body trembled. He held onto the wasteland, lowering his head and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face quickly turned from pink to pale. It was as pale as a sheet of paper. There was no color, as if all the blood in his body had been sucked out, leaving nothing behind. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that Su Yu's pupils were gradually dimming. That was the prelude to blindness. Inside his body, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were in turmoil, making thumping sounds. Even his heart was beating rapidly, like the sound of a horse's hooves. It was as if it would leap out of Su Yu's chest at any moment. Su Yu's eyes gradually became blurry. He was not fainting, but his eyes were gradually losing their sight. He once again spat out a mouthful of unsuppressible blood. My eyes. Su Yu waved his hands, realizing that his vision was dark, extremely blurry. He was about to go blind. A shred of bitterness spread from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept him away. When his surroundings stabilized, it was as if he was in a fragrant woman's room. A gentle voice entered his ears. Ah, you finally can't take it anymore? It was the master of the Phoenix cabinet. This was her bedroom. Su Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing bitterly. You saw through it. The master of the Phoenix cabinet helped Su Yu to sit down, her fingertip tapping between Su Yu's brows, injecting spirit energy. Her face was filled with admiration. Acting on behalf of the heavens, forcefully using the might of the heavens, how could there not be a price? The greater the power, the greater the price to pay. The power of a martial artist was accumulated over a long period of time, and the price was to cultivate day after day. Su Yu had forcibly used the heavenly might, the heavenly divine eyes. Since Su Yu did not pay the price of cultivating step by step, he would have to pay the price in other ways. That is, the body. Injuring 1,000 enemies, injuring oneself 800. To think that you could remain calm and composed, forcefully holding on until now, the Phoenix cabinet's master reprimanded him slightly. Su Yu coughed and coughed out a large amount of dark red blood. He then laughed bitterly and said, If I do not hold on, cabinet master, what do you think will happen to a genius who carries 2 middle-grade divine weapons and can kill a heaven master? The Phoenix cabinet's master was silent. The consequences were even more serious than being heavily injured. He sighed and secretly checked his injuries. After a while, His face turned solemn. You have a strong body, so you must have cultivated your body before. So, although your internal injuries look serious, they are not fatal. But your eyes. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's expression was ugly. She looked at Su Yu, whose eyes had lost their focus. She felt as if her chest was blocked by something, and she could not speak. Su Yu's eyes had been destroyed. The price of using the Eye of Heaven was blindness in both eyes. Su Yu had used his own eyes to replace the heavenly eyes, forcefully using the heavenly wrath. His eyes had been affected by the heavenly wrath and were severely injured. He could live in darkness for the rest of his life, becoming blind from then on. Losing his vision meant that he would lose more than 80% of his abilities. If the Phoenix meet were to repeat itself, Su Yu might not even be able to defeat Liu Li. The Phoenix Cabinet's master felt a wave of sadness. He had passed the life and death chamber with great difficulty, but in the end, he had become blind. His title as a mythical king was, after all, just a flash in the pan. You are blind, right? Su Yu smiled. His smile was indifferent, but the Phoenix Cabinet's master could see the bitterness, loss, and hesitation in his smile. How could a blind person fight against the world? How could he survive in the chaotic world? How could he protect Xiana? The darkness before him that could not be dispelled would accompany Su Yu for the rest of his life. I will inform the Empire of Darkness and get Palace Master Ling to personally receive you. The Phoenix Cabinet's master felt uncomfortable and took the initiative to leave. Fate was too unfair to Su Yu. Su Yu sat quietly in the darkness alone. Both his eyes were blind. The time and space abilities that he had used with his eyes had all been destroyed. Not to mention the divine heavenly eyes. Was he going to be blind for the rest of his life? Would it be difficult for him to see Xiana's face in this lifetime? A shred of bitterness welled up deep within his soul. Suddenly, a dot of light appeared in Su Yu's dark vision. Like a sesame seed, it existed in Su Yu's world of darkness. His eyes are going to recover. Su Yu was surprised. After a moment, the sesame seed-sized weak light gradually expanded, becoming the size of a broad bean. Through the broad bean-sized light, Su Yu could see the world again. But what was strange was that what appeared in front of Su Yu's eyes was not his original view of the world. Instead, it was a three-dimensional world. Take the scenery in the room as an example. The table in front of him, Su Yu could not only see the surface of the table. He could actually see the inside of the table. The structure and interior of the table could be seen clearly. On the jade box on the dressing table, Su Yu's vision could see the neatly arranged rouge, hairpins, combs, and other items. In the tightly shut wardrobe in front of the bed, Su Yu could also easily see through it. The various colored dresses and clothing of the Phoenix Cabinet's master, even the most private items, could be seen easily by Su Yu. The whole room, in Su Yu's eyes, seemed to have become a three-dimensional world. Every corner of it could be seen clearly. As the light covered his eyeballs, he regained his vision. The effect was even more obvious. He had become an X-ray eye. However, upon closer inspection, Su Yu realized that both of his eyes were already blind, and they were severely damaged. But what was with the X-ray eye in front of him? With a thought, Su Yu looked into his soul. The divine nine-dragon cauldron and the palm print were still quietly within his soul. But the divine nine-dragon cauldron had changed. Beside the purple and red dragons that had turned into crystals, a 3-inch white dragon had crystallized. The third dragon had crystallized. Su Yu was shocked. The divine nine-dragon cauldron had been silent for so long. To think that a third crystallized dragon had appeared without warning. When did it happen? Suddenly, a thought flashed past Su Yu's mind. The divine nine-dragon cauldron would only react when his soul was in turmoil. The purple and red dragons were the same. Just now, Su Yu had defied the heavens and forcefully formed the heavenly eyes. At that time, Su Yu's soul had been in turmoil. But Su Yu had been facing the suppression of the heavens and had not noticed the changes in the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The purple dragon represented time, while the red dragon represented space. Then the white dragon represented the soul. The soul eyes, also known as the mind's eye, appeared in Su Yu's mind. It uses the soul to see the world and see through the essence of the world. Thinking back to the time when he had used soul ripples to detect if there was something strange within an object, Suyu immediately understood. The soul eyes used the soul to see through all things and see through the essence of all things. It was similar to the soul ripples. The vision of the soul eyes was three-dimensional, completely different from normal vision. But being able to clearly identify objects did not affect the battle. Suyu's disappointed heart could not help but feel relieved. Although time, space, and the heavenly eyes had been sealed due to his eyes being destroyed. But obtaining the soul eyes made up for it to a certain extent. Clatter, clatter, the Phoenix Cabinet's master returned. I have already informed the Empire of Darkness to come to your aid. Rest in my room. No one will harm you. Suyu was grateful, turning his head to look. Thank you, Cabinet Master. His words stopped abruptly, as if his body had been struck by lightning. As he looked over, the Phoenix Cabinet's master gradually changed in his vision. First, the outermost layer of clothing could be seen through, followed by her undergarments. Finally, her entire body, from the inside out, could be seen clearly. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was naked, appearing before him. Caught off guard, the scene was imprinted in Suyu's mind, causing him to adjust his vision, choosing to see through her and avoid her gaze. Looking at the Phoenix Cabinet's master again, he could only see her three-dimensional form, no longer able to see through her. But at that moment, the Phoenix Cabinet's master glared at Suyu suspiciously. She raised her right arm to protect her chest, her eyes narrowing as she stared at Suyu. For a moment, she had the illusion that Suyu had seen through her body. But after confirming that Suyu's eyes were still blind, she muttered to herself, "Am I too suspicious?" Thinking for a moment, she shook her head and lowered her arm, gently comforting him. "I believe Palace Master Ling will think of a way to heal your eyes." Suyu hoped that would be the case. If he could reopen his eyes and use the heavenly eyes, he could go anywhere in the world. The might of the heavenly eyes was no weaker than the destructive might of the ancient pagoda. Killing Shen Kong was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Its power had already surpassed the level of immortal realm. If he could reopen it, there would be no one on the continent who could block it. Calming himself, Suyu stood up and bowed sincerely. "Thank you for your love for me and Xiana. I will definitely repay this favor." The Phoenix Cabinet's master smiled. "No need for formalities. Recuperating is more important. With your injuries, you will not be able to fight for 10 days. Suyu looked at the Phoenix Cabinet's master, truly grateful. Suddenly, Suyu remembered something and said seriously, "Cabinet Master, may I ask you something? Are you familiar with the Anue City Master?" "The Anue City Master?" The Phoenix Cabinet's master shook her head, creasing her brows. "I have never seen him. Why do you ask?" Suyu's pupils dilated. "That means you did not let him enter the Phoenix Cabinet." Chapter 385. There is an array within the Phoenix Cabinet. If an outsider were to barge in, he would definitely be detected by the disciples in charge of monitoring the array. Suyu's expression changed at once. "Cabinet Master, it is absolutely true. The Anue City Master is in your Phoenix Cabinet. Pavilion Master, please summon the disciples in charge of supervising the formation. There must be something wrong with him." The Phoenix Cabinet's master was extremely bewildered. In other words, the disciples in the cabinet had betrayed them and allowed outsiders to enter. Furthermore, it was an uninvited guest at the level of a heaven master like the Anue City Master. Yin Yu had no reason to lie to her. He would rather believe it than not. Mu Tianfang, capture the supervising disciple. Li Weiguang, come and see me. As she passed down the order, she quickly went to the main palace of the Phoenix Cabinet. The situation was serious, and she had no choice but to face it seriously. Suyu also felt that the matter was troublesome. Coupled with the fact that he had a grudge against the Anue City Master, Suyu did not care about her advice and followed her. Under the command of the Cabinet Master, the 10 great Phoenix women of the Phoenix Cabinet and the core disciples were all present. In the blink of an eye, the main hall was full. The atmosphere was solemn and tense. Everyone did not understand why the Pavilion Master had mobilized so many people. After waiting for a while, A pair of patrol envoys came in aggressively. Mu Tianfang was in the lead, holding down a panic-stricken female disciple. He was about 20 years old. His gaze was evasive as he faced the Phoenix Cabinet's master. His entire body was trembling. Su Yu was confused. This person respected the Phoenix Cabinet's master so much. Where did he get the guts to go behind her back and allow an unknown strong martial artist to enter? Anue City Master, did you let him in? The Phoenix Cabinet's master looked down from above, her expression indifferent. Putong Li Weiguang's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees. His face was deathly pale, and he was sweating profusely. Spare me, Pavilion Master. It was true. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's heart suddenly sank. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. I've always treated you well. Why are you doing this? Li Weiguang gritted her teeth as if she was struggling in her heart. After a long time, she made up her mind and raised her head, saying, Pavilion Master, I was forced by someone. I've been poisoned. If I don't listen to orders, I'll die immediately. There was a mastermind behind this. Who is it? The Phoenix Cabinet's master slammed the table and stood up. She was filled with rage. Li Weiguang opened his mouth, but he only had time to utter a syllable before his body exploded like a balloon. Flesh and blood sprayed all over the place. The poison in his body had been detonated. Who did it? Hee. At that moment, a light laugh came from the top of the Phoenix Cabinet. The people I despise the most are traitors. I was impatient and helped you clean up your house. I hope Cabinet Master can forgive me. Sure, the figure of the Phoenix Cabinet's master was like an illusion, flickering outside the palace. Su Yu, who was seriously injured, followed the crowd. A middle-aged man with a sneer on his face was floating in the void. The Anue City Lord. How could Su Yu forget the two-clan master, who wanted to kill him? Anue City Master? You came uninvited and violated the Phoenix Cabinet. If you do not give us an explanation, don't even think of leaving. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's black hair fluttered in the wind. Her gentle gaze was exceptionally fierce. The Anue City Master kept both of his hands in his sleeves, looking calm and unruffled. With a mocking look on his face, he said, I am here because I heard that the female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet have outstanding talents and looks. The Cabinet Master herself is also a peerless beauty. Hence, I have specially come to marry all of you and help my two clan reproduce. The two clan was almost annihilated in the beast tide. Apart from the Anue City Master, there were only a few clan members left. To him, reproducing the next generation was a top priority. But there was another reason for humiliating others in public. Su Yu looked in all directions, his soul eyes seeing through everything. Within a 1,000-mile radius, Su Yu's eyes could see through everything, including the mountains, the houses, the giant rocks, and everything else. There was no blind spot that could hide from Su Yu's eyes. Suddenly, Su Yu's pupils dilated. 500 miles away, within the primordial forest, there was a large group of people hidden. Their numbers were as high as 20,000. Furthermore, there were 2 Heaven Master level fighters. Su Yu recognized one of them, Han Jianglin. It was him. After which, Su Yu recognized many of the powerhouses of the 100 Territories Alliance, the Lin family, the Feng family, the Zheng family, and even Ouyang Long and Ouyang Yusin were among them. As for the other Heaven Master, Su Yu was extremely unfamiliar with him. He had a head full of white hair, like falling snowflakes. His gaze was ice-cold, and a 3-jong radius around him was surrounded by a cold energy. Among the Heaven Masters of the Northern Continent, there was only one person with white hair and ice. The Master of the Snow Listening Tower. The 10,000 troops behind him were all disciples of Snow's Lament. They were hiding in the forest, training their troops and staring at the Phoenix Cabinet. Suddenly, the Snow Listening Tower Master's gaze turned sharp, looking in Su Yu's direction. Sensing the change in the Snow Listening Tower Master's aura, Han Jianglin asked, What is it, Snow Listening Tower Master? The Snow Listening Tower Master squinted, his voice cold. Just now, there seemed to be a probing gaze. We might have been exposed. Han Jianglin squinted. Looks like we can only move forward. We will rush over first, Han Jianglin ordered. All of you, head to the Phoenix Cabinet. Kill anyone who dares to stop us. Immediately, he flew over with the Snow Listening Tower Master. At the Phoenix Cabinet, Su Yu's expression changed. Cabinet Master, don't waste your breath with him. He is trying to buy time. Han Jianglin and the Snow Listening Tower Master have already rushed over, and there are 20,000 troops behind them. They want to destroy the Phoenix Cabinet. What? Han Jianglin and the Snow Listening Tower Master? The Phoenix Cabinet Master's expression changed, immediately ordering, disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet, listen up. Prepare for battle. Too sudden. The battle had come too suddenly. The disciples were panicking, but they still managed to remain calm. They gathered together to guard the Phoenix Cabinet, waiting solemnly. The Phoenix Cabinet Master herself released a fierce aura. I'll kill you first. Anue City Master. The Anue City Master's expression turned rigid, shooting furiously at the person who spoke. Looking over, he realized it was Yin Yu. But Yin Yu, who had massacred the Tu clan and killed his son, was right in front of him. It's you. You son of a bitch. The Anue City Master was furious, his eyes spitting flames of hatred. First, there was the Anue City Master, who had killed countless of his clan members. Now, he had ruined his plans again. I'll kill you. The Anue City Master roared, charging toward Su Yu with bloodshot eyes. Thump, however, a bright sun that radiated flames attacked and forced the Anue City Master to retreat. The Phoenix Cabinet Master was holding a ring-shaped divine artifact, protecting Su Yu behind her. The ring-shaped divine artifact was the divine artifact of the Phoenix Cabinet, the Great Sun Flaming Phoenix Wheel. Combined with the Phoenix Cabinet Master's Fire Phoenix body, its power increased explosively. Phoenix ladies, listen up, the Phoenix Cabinet Master said. Follow me to kill this bastard. All of you act according to the situation. The Phoenix Cabinet Master held the Great Sun Flaming Phoenix Wheel, attacking with a flash. A battle between Heaven Masters happened in an instant. Normal disciples could only feel the terrifying power, but could not see the battle clearly. Rumble, bang, slap in the sky, the two of them turned into afterimages, exchanging blows. After 10 moves, pooh, a figure was sent flying, spitting blood. It was the Anue City Master. His chest was charred, his flesh a bloody mess. You are about to break through to Immortal Realm Level 5 upper tier. Enter the level of Human King. Human King, Immortal Realm Level 5 upper tier, was above all Immortal Realm Level 5 lower tiers. There was a huge difference between the two. One was a Human King, the other a Heaven Master. You know too late. The Phoenix Cabinet Master was filled with killing intent, turning into an afterimage as she chased after him. The 10 great Phoenix ladies also took the opportunity to attack. The Anue City Master was shocked. The information was wrong. The Phoenix Cabinet Master's abilities were far beyond his expectations. Blood Moon Pill. Explode, the Anue City Master roared, tossing out a blood-red ball. It's the self-destruction of a divine artifact. Danger. Retreat quickly. The Phoenix Cabinet Master's expression changed. But it was too late. The blood-red ball exploded in the sky, unleashing an attack no weaker than a Heaven Master's. The Phoenix Cabinet Master was unharmed, but the 10 great Phoenix ladies were affected. They were sent flying, spitting blood, their injuries severe. Only Feng Xian and Yu Ling had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, their injuries light. Taking the opportunity, the Anue City Master broke through the seal, turning to escape. The Phoenix Cabinet Master chased after him. But 2 terrifying auras descended, affecting the power of heaven and earth. One was sanctimonious, the other as cold as frost. The North Continent's 3 super forces and 2 Heaven Masters had arrived together. The Phoenix Cabinet Master stopped in her tracks, her expression grave. Are you trying to cause chaos in the North Continent? Fighting without a declaration will be seen as a sneak attack. Don't you find this shameful? The 3 continents had always maintained a balance. Who would have thought that the strongest, the Snow Listening Tower, would join forces with the 100 Territories Alliance? Han Jianglin let out a cold grunt. You are the one who is stubborn, refusing to form the North Continent's alliance and obstructing the unification of the North Continent. You are the sinner of the continent. Flattening the Phoenix Cabinet is the trend of the world. The North Continent's alliance was an alliance of 3 superforces, forming a new dominant force to dominate the North Continent. The Phoenix Cabinet Master scolded, "Nonsense. You are trying to destroy the Empire's sub-palace. Why would the Phoenix Cabinet participate in such a futile attempt?" Su Yu was shocked. The North Continent's alliance wanted to destroy the Empire of Darkness's sub-palace. He suddenly remembered that Han Jianglin had gathered all the forces and families of the Alliance City for a private talk. After Ouyang Long had been talked to, the wooden him showed extreme unease, his expression unusually ugly. Could Han Jianglin have been gathering the forces of the 100 Territories Alliance in preparation for this day? There is no use in saying anything else. The Phoenix Cabinet will be eliminated today. The Snow-Listening Tower Master was extremely cold, his icy eyes sweeping the area below. Attack! Han Jianglin let out a low grunt. He, the Snow-Listening Tower Master, and the injured Anua City Master attacked together. With 3 Heaven Masters suppressing one could imagine what the outcome would be like. The fight lasted no more than 3 breaths. Puu, a beautiful figure, fell from the clouds, blood splattering everywhere. There was an ice sword piercing through her abdomen. "Cabinet Master," the disciples in the cabinet exclaimed, their anger burning. Feng Xian and Yu Ling charged into the sky, catching the Phoenix Cabinet Master. Only then did they realize that the Phoenix Cabinet Master's injuries were extremely severe, especially the ice sword in her abdomen. It was almost fatal. Enduring the pain all over her body, the Phoenix Cabinet Master's eyes were filled with grief and anger. Was the Phoenix Cabinet going to be destroyed today? Up in the clouds, Han Jianglin and the other 2 were filled with killing intent, taking the opportunity to attack. Kill. Clenching her teeth, the great sun-flaming phoenix wheel in the Phoenix Cabinet Master's palm turned into a blazing sun, spinning as it charged toward the sky. 9 suns burning heaven. Crash! The flaming phoenix wheel exploded on the spot, turning into 9 flames of the same size, like 9 suns. Chapter 386. The 9 suns flew into the sky, trapping the 3 Heaven Masters within them at lightning speed. Self-destructing divine artifacts and trapping us. Han Jianglin was fearful of the sun that trapped them. It contained a terrifying energy that could burn them to death. But how long can it trap us? You will not be able to escape death. The self-destruction of a middle-grade divine artifact weakened its energy and could not trap them for long. The Phoenix Cabinet's Master's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. She shouted in a low voice, "Fenga, bring me the elixir. Even if I die, I will fight with all of you to the end." Yu Ling's eyes were filled with grief, and she sounded like she was about to cry. Although she was cold and arrogant, the person she respected the most was the Cabinet Master. "Teacher, run quickly. Our disciples will block them for you. If 1 person is not enough, we have 10. If 10 people are not enough, we have 100. If 100 people are not enough, we have 10,000 disciples who are willing to die for teacher." Her shout affected the hearts of the 10,000 female disciples. "We are willing to fight to the death for teacher." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the beautiful figures knelt down on one knee and let out desolate and tragic shouts. "Teacher, please leave first. Teacher, leave first. Leave first." Among the many factions, the Phoenix Cabinet was the most harmonious faction. It was united internally and externally, and it stood aloof from worldly affairs. The Phoenix Cabinet's Master treated others generously, and she was deeply loved and respected by her disciples. At the critical moment, her disciples risked their lives to save her. The tragic shouts reverberated through the 9 heavens, shaking the Phoenix Fort. "All of you are fools." The Phoenix Cabinet's Master's voice trembled. "You only have 1 life. Do you understand?" A sorrowful atmosphere filled the sky. Many female disciples sobbed continuously, crying silently. They were afraid of death, but they were even more afraid that the Cabinet Master would die first. Phoenix Cabinet disciples, listen up. The Cabinet Master's eyes flashed with determination, her face filled with pain. "All disciples, escape immediately. From today onwards, the Phoenix Cabinet's master, disband. After saying her last words, the Phoenix Cabinet's master seemed to have aged 10 years. Disappointment, self-blame, grief, and pain mixed together in her heart. The Phoenix Cabinet, which had stood for hundreds of years, was destroyed in her hand. Yu Ling cried bitterly. Teacher, I will not leave. If you die, I'll die with you. If you fight, I'll fight with you. Yu Ling's eyes were resolute. I have been taken in by my teacher since I was young, and I have no one to rely on. You are the only person I want to protect. How can I abandon you? His feelings were like a mountain, heavy and warm. Countless disciples were moved. They looked at each other with determination in their eyes. We are willing to fight for the Pavilion Master. Fight for the Pavilion Master. If the Pavilion Master is here, we are here. If the Pavilion Master dies, we die. All the female disciples had made up their mind. The will of 10,000 people merged into one, like a torrent of steel, shaking people's hearts. Even the Phoenix Cabinet's master, Han Jianglin, and the other 3 heaven masters were shaken by this will. Even Su Yu was shocked on the spot, and his heart was moved. He had never seen a group that was so united as to defend their leader to the death. Looking at the Phoenix Cabinet's master, Su Yu suddenly understood. As long as you are here, the Phoenix Cabinet will be here. You are the Phoenix Cabinet's everything. As long as the Phoenix Cabinet's master was alive, her disciples, her people would not surrender. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyes glowed. She was choking, unable to speak. Teacher, the elixir is here. Feng Xian knelt down and took out a jade bottle. Her expression was as calm as usual, without joy or sorrow, even though her teacher was in danger. That unsuitable temperament was incompatible with the atmosphere of the Phoenix Cabinet. She took out an elixir. It looked like a normal healing elixir, but it contained a shred of holy energy. Thank you, Feng Er. The Phoenix Cabinet's master took the elixir, raised her head, and swallowed it. She patted Feng Xian's forehead benevolently. I'm sorry for making you use your divine decree to heal my injuries. The holy energy could help heal injuries, but it would use up some of Feng Xian's divine decree. Feng Xian lowered her head, quietly accepting the Phoenix Cabinet's master's loving touch. Her expression was calm, pure, and holy. No need to thank me. Who asked you to be the Cabinet's master? Furthermore, Feng Xian still had a calm expression, but there was a hint of unfamiliarity, coldness, and a hidden killing intent. Furthermore, teacher is going to die here today. It's just a bit of pure holy energy, just take it as repayment for master's kindness in raising me. The sudden killing intent caused the surrounding Phoenix women to be at a loss. What was wrong with Feng Xian? Suddenly. The Phoenix Cabinet's master grunted in pain, clutching her abdomen. My Dantian. What you gave me was not a healing elixir. Feng Xian's calm expression was filled with coldness and mockery. Of course it was not a healing elixir. It was a 9-death elixir, specially made for teacher. 9-death elixir? Everyone's expressions change. The rumored ancient elixir that could cripple an immortal level 5's cultivation base? The Yarrow family's treasured elixir recipe, but wasn't it rumored that this elixir lacked a mysterious power that the Zhenlong continent did not possess, making it impossible to successfully cultivate? Why had it appeared in Feng Xian's hands? Su Yu looked as if he had been struck by lightning, a cold glint in his eyes. The one who instructed Zhu Jing to steal the Yarrow family's elixir recipe was Yu. The culprit who had killed and cultivated the elixir in the woodshed was actually the world-famous saint lady, Feng Xian. How could anyone connect the two together? One was bloody and savage, the other noble and holy. He. You only know now, but it's too late. Feng Xian's holy face was distorted by her cold smile, revealing a ferocious expression. In order to cultivate this 9-death elixir, I have tried many elixirs. Teacher, how does it taste? Are you satisfied? Feng Xian laughed maniacally, lowering her head to look at the Phoenix Cabinet's master, who had lost her cultivation base. She looked holy on the outside, but her heart was like a poisonous scorpion. Why did you do this? The Phoenix Cabinet's master was in pain, her features contorted. The Phoenix Cabinet's master snorted. Of course it's because you don't know what's good for you. The unification of the North Continent is inevitable. Even though I am your disciple, I have to stand on the side of justice. That was complete nonsense. A loud bang could be heard in the sky. The three great heaven masters had shaken off the 9 suns and were about to escape. Han Jianglin let out a long laugh. Fengxian, well done. After the North Continent is unified, we will be at ease with you in charge of the Phoenix Cabinet. Fengxian smiled. Thank you, Alliance Master Han, Snow Listening Tower's Master, and Anue City Master, for recognizing me. I will do my best. Now, I will take this woman's head and end this fearless war. Fengxian had a ferocious look in her eyes. She let out a cold laugh, grabbing toward the Phoenix Cabinet's master's throat. At that moment, only Su Yu and the Phoenix Lady were by her side. Su Yu was heavily injured, and he was 100 feet away. His space ability was sealed, and he could not save her. Even though Yu Ling was by his side, he was an Immortal Realm Level 4 lower tier. How could he fight Fengxian at Immortal Realm Level 4 peak? The Phoenix Cabinet's master had lost her cultivation base, and she was heavily injured. She let out a pathetic laugh. I was blind, she said. I brought this upon myself. Mocking herself, the Phoenix Cabinet's master closed her eyes in despair. Creak, with a dull thud, fresh blood splattered. The Phoenix Cabinet's master opened her eyes. What she saw was Yu Ling's pathetic smile, her face covered in blood. Master, I will take my leave first. Behind her, her heart had been pierced by a palm. Yu Ling. The disciples who had rushed over were furious. Fengxian. You slut. I will tear your body into pieces. The crowd let out sorrowful roars, pouncing toward her like a tidal wave. Fengxian's expression was cold. Coupled with the fresh blood on her face, she was exceptionally cold. TSK. Why are you trying to be a hero? You're overestimating your own strength. Thump. Fengxian kicked Yu Ling's corpse aside, once again grabbing toward the Phoenix Cabinet's master's throat. As long as she died, the people of the Phoenix Cabinet would lose their unity and scatter. But at that moment, a gust of wind from a palm silently attacked. Fengxian was caught off guard. She only had time to gather a layer of spirit energy on her body to block it. Slap. A dull thud, accompanied by an arrow of blood, was heard. Fengxian's face was slapped, leaving a large bloody mark. The force of the slap was so great that she was sent flying, a mouthful of fresh blood coming out of her mouth. Su Yu was furious, his blood rushing to his head. His heavily injured body was covered in wounds from that slap. A glaring trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You, enough. Slut. Su Yu had never hated a woman so much. She had defected to the enemy, betrayed the faction, deceived her master, and finally killed her own master. She looked holy and noble on the outside, and she even had the pure divine decree. However, his heart was cruel by nature, and his viciousness was enough to make one's hair stand on end. In both lives, Fengxian was the woman he hated the most. Calling such a woman a slut was not enough to express Su Yu's hatred. You hit me. Fengxian covered her burning face, glaring at Su Yu with hatred. She was the saint lady, high and mighty. Which man did not admire her? Only Su Yu had embarrassed her, and now he still dared to slap her face in front of everyone. Because of her anger, her face was unusually twisted and ferocious. Hit you. What I want is to kill you, you beast. Su Yu's killing intent surged. Fengxian's heart thumped. She looked Su Yu up and down. Her face was pale, as if she was still in a weakened state. But she did not know how much fighting power she had preserved. Thinking about how Su Yu had killed Shen Kong, Fengxian shivered. She let out a shrill cry and flew into the sky, escaping from Su Yu's side. She had thought that as an outsider, Su Yu would be like the geniuses from the various factions, not interfering. Who knew? Rumble. At that moment, the 9 suns in the sky were completely blown away. The 3 great heaven masters had escaped. That terrifying aura enveloped a 10-mile radius. Just the aura that was released caused the Phoenix Cabinet disciples to lose their confidence. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was heavily injured, her cultivation level crippled. Su Yu's heavily injured body was only strong on the outside. The 20,000-strong army was about to arrive. The three great heaven masters had escaped from their predicament. Could there be anything more hopeless than this? The Phoenix Cabinet's master pulled on Su Yu's sleeves, her dim eyes filled with bitter tears. Yin Yu, this has nothing to do with you. Run quickly. The faction had perished because of her. Her disciples had died because of her. How could she bear it? Su Yu's body swayed. His face was pale, but his expression was as resolute as before. Cabinet Master, you saved me when I was in trouble. Now that you are in trouble, how can you just leave like this? Don't speak. Quickly recuperate. Before the effects of the elixir completely dissipate, expel it from your body. Your cultivation level can still be saved. What about you? The Phoenix Cabinet's master asked. Su Yu raised his head to look at the sky. The figures of the heaven masters were like three suns and moons. He forced himself to stand, smiling. Of course, I will fight to the end. Chapter 387. The Phoenix Cabinet's master smiled bitterly. You're forcing yourself. Other people might not understand Su Yu's situation, but how could she not? With his eyes blind and his heavenly eyes unable to open, how could he deal with a heaven master? Moreover, Su Yu was currently heavily injured, and it was uncertain whether he could even withstand a single strike from them. So, how could he fight against three of them alone? Su Yu looked up at the sky and sighed. Do I have a choice? Han Jianglin, the Anue city master, which one of them did not hate Su Yu to the core? Which one of them did not have a blood feud with Su Yu? Which one of them did not want to skin Su Yu alive? If Su Yu did not fight, he would die. The only way was to fight. They would definitely die in this battle. Bitterness surged in his heart. He had originally thought that the Phoenix Cabinet would be the place to reunite with Xian. Who would have thought that it would be the city where they would part forever? Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Han Jianglin, who was in the 9 heavens, could not help but laugh angrily. Yin Yu, to think that you would have such a day. Did you think of that when you killed my son? Did you think of this when you killed my disciple? In the past, with the protection of the Empire of Darkness, I swallowed my anger and couldn't do anything to you. Now, your retribution has come. As soon as he finished speaking, the Anue city master could not help but let out a furious laugh. So this little bastard had such a deep grudge against Brother Han. He also killed my son and many of my clansmen. This enmity is irreconcilable. The two of them looked at each other and saw the raging hatred in each other's eyes. You can do whatever the heavens want, but you can't do anything about it. Su Yu, today will be the day you die. The Snow's Listening Tower's master looked down coldly. Are you Yin Yu? Are you the one who killed my Snow's Listening Towers Zhong Shuyi and Wei Tianchen? Page, relying on the Empire of Darkness to commit all sorts of evil deed. The cycle of the heavens and retribution. On the day our Northern Continent's alliance is established, we'll first use a thief like you as a blood sacrifice. 3 great heaven masters pressed forward, wanting to kill Su Yu at the same time. Su Yu closed his eyes and laughed silently. Do all kinds of evil. Was he as evil as Han Jianglin who betrayed him and assassinated Zi Donglai? He had the sanctimonious appearance of the Anue city master to kill him. Damn it! Was he more despicable than the 2 disciples of Snow's Lament? None of the people that Su Yu had killed were good people, and none of them were innocent. He had a clear conscience. Come on, fight, kill. Even if I die, you won't have an easy time. Su Yu raised his head and looked at them. His eyes, which had lost their focus, were filled with sharp killing intent. To face 3 heaven masters alone, what kind of boldness was that? How decisive was that? What kind of courage was that? Countless female disciples were moved by the cries of desperation. They were excited. If they didn't fight, they would die. If they fought, they would also die. Come on. Let's fight. Kill. The beautiful figure floated, hundreds and thousands of afterimages slicing through the sky of the Phoenix Cabinet. Countless shouts converged into one, shaking the surroundings. Many weak and beautiful figures, even though they knew that they were like moths to a flame and that they would never return, still charged towards the three heaven masters who were suppressing the sky without hesitation. Come. Fight. Kill. Angry voices that were not inferior to men rushed up to the sky like a torrent, going against the current. The three heaven masters were instantly drowned. Tens of thousands of battle shadows, how majestic, how majestic. However, three terrifying waves swept out in all directions. Mournful screams pierced through the cold sky. Hundreds of beautiful figures fell from the sky like fluttering butterflies. So colorful, so poignant, and so desolate. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's eyes were about to pop, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Those who perished, those who withered, those who fell were the disciples who died for her. Among the tens of thousands of torrents, three figures appeared. Han Jianglin, the Snow Listening Tower's master, and the Anue City master. Their faces were cold, looking down on their futile efforts. The power of ants can compete with the sun and moon. Die. Han Jianglin waved his big sleeves, his terrifying spirit energy piercing through the 10 female disciples. They were like autumn leaves, swept away. But as they died, more female disciples charged forward. Master, leave quickly. With a shout, they charged forward with their lives on the line. Creak, just as they finished speaking, hundreds of ice swords pierced through their bodies, extinguishing the flame of their lives. But the tens of thousands of disciples were not afraid of death. They charged forward like a torrent. But no matter what, they could not get close to the three heaven masters. That 100 jong distance was a chasm they could never cross. Master, leave quickly. Countless fallen female disciples, on the verge of death, cast their final gazes on their master. They used their final voices, their final lives, to shout out their heartfelt wishes. Master, leave quickly. They were using their lives to buy time for the Phoenix Cabinet's master, for the person they respected and loved. Heaven and earth seemed to be moved at that moment, silent. In the vast world, there was only the sound of them dying like fireworks. Master, leave quickly. The Phoenix Cabinet's master cried silently, her heart filled with pain and regret. Su Yu was moved. He was moved by their willingness to face death, moved by their advancing wave after wave. If a woman could cause such a ruckus, how could he, Su Yu, be inferior to a woman? Mu Tianfang, lend me a hand. Su Yu stabilized his slightly trembling body with difficulty. His body was heavily injured, his spirit energy and stamina lacking to the extreme. He did not even have the strength to fly into the sky, much less fight. Bring me to Qingming. Su Yu's silver hair flew in the wind. Mu Tianfang's petite body trembled. The death of her compatriots had already pierced her heart. The desire to fight to the death welled up in her mind. Master, take care. Mu Tianfang supported Su Yu, spirit energy flowing into her back. She spread her wings and flew into the sky. Su Yu lowered his head, smiling. This might be his last smile. Cabinet Master, take care. Tell Xiana and Palace Master Ling to take care for me. After saying this, the two of them were like fireflies, going against the sky, against the beautiful silhouettes of falling feathers, against the eternally lost lives, and against the sky. They charged towards the three great heaven masters who were massacring all living beings. Retreat. Get down. Get down. Su Yu used his remaining strength and let out a deafening roar. The clouds trembled, the air rippling. The female disciples looked over, feeling excited. Let me do it. No matter how many of them there were, they could not reach the level of heaven masters. It would only be a meaningless casualty. Only Su Yu might have a fighting chance. Whoosh, they had an indescribable trust in Su Yu. This was a man who could defy the heavens. Buddhist saints 8 characters. Su Yu extended his trembling right hand. With Mu Tianfang's support, he commanded the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Within 100 miles, all the spirit energy seemed to have heard the call of a monarch. They gathered above Su Yu's head, forming the word Bing 100,000 jong wide. The sound of killing filled the air, enough to destroy a heaven master. The Snow Listening Tower's master's cold expression was filled with shock. Impossible. What technique could have such terrifying power? Could it be a bluff? Quick, don't let him use it. But at this moment, Han Jianglin's pupils dilated. This is a legendary technique. I have seen it before. Its power is extraordinary, but I did not know then. I only confirmed it after reading ancient text. Han Jianglin's expression was serious. The Anue city master's expression changed, gasping. What, legendary technique? Quick! Kill him before he uses it. Han Jianglin's eyes were filled with fear, turning into an afterimage as he attacked. The word Bing was still forming. Puff! A dull sound came from Su Yu's chest. Mu Tianfang looked down, her pupils dilating. Your body is collapsing. How much pressure was exerted on the body to control such a large amount of spirit energy? Su Yu had used it once before, exhausting all his spirit energy and stamina. Using it a second time was going against the flow. The price he had to pay was the collapse of his body. This was no different from death. Puff! His abdomen split open, a crack so deep that his bones could be seen. Puff, 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 arms, thighs, back. His body was like tofu being crushed, collapsing continuously. Blood sprayed, dyeing half the sky red. Stop. You will be killed by yourself. Mu Tianfang was anxious, at a loss. Su Yu had too many wounds, and she was powerless to heal them. Su Yu's blind eyes were filled with determination, replying, when a person dies, the lamp goes out. There is no need to feel pity, let me fight, with my last life, my last will, my last drop of blood. The word Bing was finally formed. The sound of killing filled the air, filled with a destructive aura. Bang! Su Yu's body also exploded at that moment. Apart from his head, there was not a single part of him that was intact. His flesh was torn apart, his bones were broken, his energy channels shattered. Only his head, protected by the divine nine-dragon cauldron, was unharmed. His body had been destroyed, and he was only left with a single breath. He was only a few inches away from death. However, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile with great difficulty. It was a smile of joy, resoluteness, and solemnity. Enjoy it. Bing. Kill. The 10,000-foot word Bing exploded on the spot. A heavenly sound engulfed the surroundings, turning everything it passed into nothingness with a destructive force. The clouds, the wind, everything turned into nothingness. The expressions of the three heaven masters, who were charging over, changed. Quick, use your divine artifacts to defend. Otherwise, we will not even have our bones left. With a shout, the three heaven masters were terrified, each taking out their middle-grade divine artifacts. Bang, bang, bang. After the intense collision, the wind and clouds cleared. The terrifying heavenly sound came quickly, but it also left quickly. Everything within a 100,000-foot radius was turned into nothingness. Only 3 figures remained. They each held a divine artifact, their clothes tattered and their bodies charred. Especially the Anue city master, whose right arm had disappeared. The place where his arm had been severed was like a smooth cut, not a single drop of blood dripping from it. Han Jianglin's clothes were torn, the flesh on his chest churning, deep enough to see his bones. The Snow Listening Tower's master was also without hair, his body covered in wounds, his body dyed red with fresh blood. The 3 of them were weak, their expressions pale as they gasped for breath. Even though they had survived thanks to their divine artifacts and were not heavily injured, they had expended a large portion of their stamina and spirit energy. 1 person against 3 heaven masters. Even though he had not killed them, he had exhausted them, an achievement that could shock the world. If Su Yu had been at his peak, he could have killed the 3 of them. Unfortunately, Su Yu was at the end of his tether. After using this move, Su Yu's body exploded again. His flesh churned, and he was on the brink of death. Only his blind eyes stared at the sky in a daze. I could not save you. In the end, he had still lost. They had middle-grade divine artifacts protecting their bodies, and Su Yu could not do anything. With a desolate sigh, Su Yu felt extremely tired. It was as if a wave of energy from the underworld was pulling him into an abyss. Was he going to die? It was the first time he had felt the chill of death at such a close distance. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet was heavily injured and on the brink of death. Su Yu was on the brink of death. The fate of the Phoenix Cabinet, their fate, and the fate of the 10,000 female disciples had been decided. Beast. Life. Han Jianglin's eyes were about to pop, his heart filled with lingering fear. A severely injured person on the brink of death had injured the three great heaven masters to such an extent. He deserved to die. I will tear you into pieces. Han Jianglin roared, pouncing forward. Mu Tianfang was filled with grief and anger, using her final gaze to stare at him furiously, as if she wanted to remember his face. Thump, but at this moment, a sound pierced through the air, coming from afar. It was so fast and powerful that it shook the heavens. The expressions of the three great heaven masters changed at the same time. That is Immortal Realm Level 5. Another heaven master had descended. It was a long spear. It emitted a world-destroying pressure, stirring up the winds and clouds. Be careful. Han Jianglin's expression changed. That long spear was headed for them. The three great heaven masters activated their divine artifacts once again, defending against it together. Rumble, bang, poo, the three great heaven masters were unable to block this attack, their bodies exploding from the impact. They let out pathetic cries. The divine artifacts in their hands were sent flying. Chapter 388. Using a divine artifact did not require spirit energy. This spear had not only forced back the three middle-grade divine artifacts, but it had also destroyed the physical body of the divine artifact's owner. Destroy. World. Grow. Spear. This is the divine artifact of the North Continent's Empire Sub-Palace. Han Jianglin's expression changed. The Anue City Master's pupils dilated, fear appearing on his face. It's Ling Xiaotian. He's here. The Snow Listening Tower's master's expression was grave. Why is he here? The spear vibrated as it flew over from afar. A shadow stood on the spear. Handsome, sword-like eyebrows, elegant demeanor. Who else could it be but Ling Xiaotian? But compared to his usual imposing manner, Ling Xiaotian's expression was as cold as ice. Slaughtering women, bullying the injured, is this the righteous North Continent alliance that claims to be the North Continent's orthodoxy? All of you are great. Ling Xiaotian let out a cold grunt, his voice reverberating throughout the world. They had attacked the Phoenix Cabinet in order to occupy the North Continent. That was fine, but they had colluded with Feng Xian to poison the Phoenix Cabinet Master. How do you know about the North Continent alliance? And why are you here? Han Jianglin was surprised. Whoosh, all of a sudden, two figures flew out from the army of 20,000 that had rushed over from outside the city. They were Ouyang Long and Ouyang Yusin. They respectfully stood behind Ling Xiaotian, cupping their fists. Greetings, Palace Master. Palace Master was a title only people of the Empire of Darkness would use. They were actually members of the Empire of Darkness. The Ouyang family is a traitor. What gall you guys have? Han Jianglin was burning with rage. It seemed like Ling Xiaotian had known all of their plans. We just did not want to add to the killing. Alliance Master Han, please repent, Ouyang Long replied. Han Jianglin's expression was dark. I must remove the Ouyang family from the picture. Ouyang Yusin was calm. Regretfully, the Ouyang family has already secretly relocated. Ling Xiaotian calmly said, the two of you, leave this place quickly and seek refuge. Yes. The Ouyang father and daughter looked at Su Yu deeply, then quickly fled. The two of them were spies of the Empire of Darkness. It was truly unimaginable. Thinking about it, the Empire of Darkness guarded the northern continent, so how could they be careless? He was afraid that it was not only the 100 Territories Alliance. There should also be spies planted by the Empire of Darkness in the Snow Listening Tower and the Phoenix Cabinet. Ling Xiaotian made a grabbing motion with his palm, and the World Annihilation Spear beneath his feet appeared in his hand. His entire being was like a heaven-shattering divine weapon that could slash through anything. Let's retreat first. The World Destroyer Spear is a top-notch mid-grade divine artifact. Combined with the divine artifact, it is equivalent to a human king. We should not fight with it. Han Jianglin and the others turned around to leave. Ling Xiaotian flicked his wrist and the spear in his hand flew out. There's no need for you to leave. The long spear pierced through the air. The expressions of the three heaven masters changed. Ling Xiaotian, are you trying to fight to the death? Even if the fish dies, the net may not be broken. Ling Xiaotian said lightly. Be careful. The three of them could only brace themselves and resist. Crack, the divine weapon was sent flying, and the three of them were pierced through by the spear. They formed a line and were nailed to the cliff. This scene caused the Phoenix Cry Castle to fall into a deathly silence. Too frightening. They were all heaven masters, but Ling Xiaotian's abilities were far above theirs. In front of Ling Xiaotian, the three of them could only be brutally tortured. It was just like how they had killed the female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet. Whoosh! Ling Xiaotian appeared beside Mu Tianfang in a flash, catching the heavily injured and dying Su Yu. Looking at Su Yu's completely destroyed body, Ling Xiaotian's eyes were filled with ice. They injured you to this extent. I want them to repay tenfold for injuring you. Ling Xiaotian was furious, his whole body releasing a terrifying fury. This was the first time Su Yu knew that Ling Xiaotian could get angry, and he was furious to such an extent. What he did not know was that Ling Xiaotian was blaming himself and feeling remorseful. As Su Yu was dying, he heard Ling Xiaotian's voice and let out a gratified smile. His consciousness gradually became blurry. He was going to die. His body was dying, and his life was extinguished. From then on, Su Yu's name would only become history, become time, and become a quietly flickering memory in time and space. No one would forget the battle of the Phoenix Cabinet. Su Yu had defied the heavens and shook time and space, becoming a legendary king who had suppressed countless eras. No one would forget the calamity of the North Continent. He had fought against three heaven masters alone, using his last bit of life to create a stunning attack. No one would forget that in this world, this year, and today, a young king had perished from time and space. Ling Xiaotian hugged Su Yu's corpse, his hands trembling. His dignified and deep eyes were filled with tears. I'm sorry, I'm late, a desolate trembling voice came out of his mouth, and Ling Xiaotian mourned silently. Back then, how glorious was Su Yu at the 100 Territories Alliance. He should have had a world of his own, but he had brought it into the Empire of Darkness, into the world of the North Continent, and brought about his demise. If he had been left alone back then, even with his low cultivation level, his life would not have been in danger. Self-blame, guilt, fury, and hatred turned into crystal-clear remorse, causing him to tremble. It was as if he had lost a junior that he loved. Ling Xiaotian's eyes were moist, filled with bloodlust as he stared at the three great heaven masters. I want you to pay with your blood. Ling Xiaotian was like an enraged lion, his heart filled with vengeance. But at this moment, heaven and earth rumbled. Multiple figures descended from the sky. Two of them wore red, wide-sleeved clothes. Their faces were old, their auras cold. Both of their cultivation levels were at the level of Heaven Master, but what attracted more attention was the young man between the two of them. He was about 25 years old, in the prime of his youth. He had a hooked nose, long and narrow eyes, and pale skin, giving off a sinister feeling. He wore a black cloak, with the sun and moon crown on his head. He stood on a pair of flying divine artifacts. His aura was oppressive, his demeanor boundless. What calmed everyone even more was that his cultivation level was immortal level 5 upper tier. Han Jianglin and the rest lost their voices in shock. Human king, a human king who was above Heaven Master. It was impossible to be so young. Ling Xiaotian's expression changed slightly, his eyes flickering. He took a step forward and knelt down on one knee. North Continent's Palace Master greets Lord Shenying. When Han Jianglin and the other two heard this, their faces turned red. Their eyes were filled with fear. Lord Shenying, the second of the 7 lords of the Empire, the 7 lords of darkness were legendary figures. They were geniuses that the King of Darkness had personally nurtured. Each of them was a rare talent that could shock the continent. It was rumored that any one of them had the power to destroy a superforce. It was rumored that the 7 of them could conquer the Zhenlong continent and rule the world. Apart from the King of Darkness, no one could suppress them. Such a mythical and legendary figure had appeared before them. Moreover, it was Lord Shenying, who was ranked second. The aura of a human king emanated a trembling aura. Han Jianglin and the rest did not even dare to breathe. Their faces were ashen. In front of Ling Xiaotian, they still had hope of escaping. Facing a lord, there was only one way, Palace Master Ling, so you still have the empire in your heart. Lord Shenying descended, his indifferent gaze not looking at anyone. It was not that he disregarded them, but that he had been in a high position for a long time, looking down on everyone. Ling Xiaotian's heart sank. I have always been loyal to the empire. I have never neglected it. Lord Shenying touched his nose, his long eyes squinting. Is that so? Killing Inspector Bai, he is also loyal to the empire. It was indeed because of this. Ling Xiaotian bowed and said, as an inspector, he disregarded the law and attacked the sub-palace's deputy palace master. This is a heinous crime. According to the law, I used a divine artifact to severely injure him. You can just report Inspector Bai his crime to the empire. Using a divine artifact without permission is an offense. Furthermore, you used the palace garrison divine artifact as you wished. Are you trying to rebel? Lord Shenying stared at him coldly. The palace garrison divine artifact is used to protect the sub-palace. First, you used it to kill an inspector. Now, here, you are using it to fight for power. From what I see, you already have the intention to rebel. Ling Xiaotian said solemnly. Lord, please consider this clearly. Severely injuring Inspector Bai, he was forced by the current situation. Now, I have received a secret report that there are rebel forces that have secretly joined forces to form the North Continent Alliance to harm the Empire of Darkness. That is why I used the divine artifact. Lord Shenying then looked around. His eyes were empty and emotionless. A bunch of motley crew. How dare you rebel against the Empire of Darkness? This excuse of yours is too clumsy. In reality, the three big powers had been allies for a long time. There could be other people behind them, otherwise, it would be hard to understand. If the three of them joined forces, even Ling Xiaotian would not be a match for them, let alone the entire Empire of Darkness. Ling Xiaotian, you used the divine artifact without permission. This is a rebellion. Surrender immediately and follow me back to the headquarters to be judged by Lord Bai Luo. He had been sent by Lord Bai Luo. Ling Xiaotian was calm. He had expected this day to come. Lord, please wait for a moment, Ling Xiaotian pleaded. After I kill these three rebels, I will follow you back to the Empire of Darkness to be judged. But Lord Shenying looked at the pathetic Han Jianglin and the other two with disdain. A bunch of motley crew will not amount to anything. Why bother with them? If you wish to use this opportunity to escape, you are too naive. Come with me, we're going back to receive the holy judgment. Ling Xiaotian's expression changed. But Lord, if we do not kill these three rebels today, they will definitely bring chaos to the Phoenix Cabinet. Master of the Phoenix Cabinet and the tens of thousands of disciples will not be able to escape the fate of being massacred. Lord Shenying knelt on the ground and pleaded. Lord Shenying laughed coldly. Ling Xiaotian, as a palace master of the Empire of Darkness, you are concerned about the survival of a faction. How dare you say you have no intention of rebelling? He coldly looked at the heavily injured female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet, the heavily injured master of the Phoenix Cabinet, and the 20,000-strong army. Lord Shenying's lips curled into a cruel smile. Furthermore, they are fighting each other. This is a good thing for the Empire of Darkness. Why should I stop them? Take him away, Lord Shenying ordered. He glanced at Su Yu, who was about to die, in Ling Xiaotian's embrace. Lord Shenying's expression turned cold. Silver-haired and silver-faced, he said. Yen, he is the traitor who killed his own people and even killed Inspector Bai He. Chapter 389. Lord, you mustn't. Ling Xiaotian's expression suddenly changed. How could he have guessed that Lord Shenying would judge Su Yu guilty and execute him in front of everyone, without even asking the truth? Why? Are you questioning my decision? Lord Shenying looked down at the kneeling Ling Xiaotian. Ling Xiaotian was speechless. The difference in status between the two of them was huge. The saint was the most powerful person in dynasty apart from the King of Darkness. He had the power to decide the life and death of his subordinates. As long as he deemed them worthy of death, he could kill them first and report later. Ling Xiaotian had once received a favor from the King of Darkness, and his status was extraordinary. That was why Lord Shenying did not dare to kill him in front of everyone. But Su Yu, Ling Xiaotian clenched his teeth. He was already suspected of betraying the dynasty, so there was still a chance for him to survive if he was put on trial. At this moment, if he were to betray the sage in front of everyone, then his crime would be completely established. No, I'm just asking the Lord to consider it carefully. Yin Yu's innate talent is astonishing. Even if he has made a mistake, wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift if he were to be killed just like that? This will undoubtedly disappoint the geniuses in the world who are willing to submit to dynasty. These words were reasonable. Lord Shenying glanced at Yin Yu. Yin Yu was on the verge of death. He only had half his life left. I don't understand. You're a person who's about to die. It doesn't matter if you die now or later. Why are you so stubborn? Lord Shenying shook his head. His expression was cold and impartial. Yin Yu has committed heinous crimes. He has harmed his own people and killed the inspector. His crimes cannot be forgiven. According to the laws of the empire, he should be beheaded. Men, kill them. With a command, the two old men behind him, who were at the level of an admiral, coldly stepped forward. Ling Xiaotian struggled. If he obeyed and returned to the dynasty's headquarters, he would still have a chance to clear his name. It was too late to resist now. There was no master-disciple relationship between him and Su Yu, let alone friendship. There was only Ling Xiaotian's support for Su Yu. He could sit back and do nothing. After all, he couldn't even protect himself. Presumably, no one in the world would blame him. The two old men's movements were swift and decisive. The strong wind that they brought with them fluttered Ling Xiaotian's clothes and also his heart. Looking at Su Yu, who was on the verge of death, his heart was filled with remorse. In the past, he had spoken such bold words in the 100 Territories Alliance, in front of all the heroes of the world. As long as he was alive, he would not allow anyone to harm him. Now, not only was Su Yu severely injured and on the verge of death, but he was also about to be killed in front of everyone. His promise, pale and ridiculous, powerless and weak. Hand it over. The two inspectors grabbed the heavily injured Su Yu coldly. Bang! However, just as the two of them were about to grab him, Ling Xiaotian moved. With a palm strike, the two inspectors were forced to retreat. Yin Yu, you cannot die. Even if you only have half a life left, it is a life that I, Ling Xiaotian, cannot let go of. Ling Xiaotian slowly got up and stood up on his knees. His eyes were filled with determination and relief. How could I forget my promise to him? As long as I'm still alive, I won't let him die. Whoosh! The god-vanquishing spear flew back into Ling Xiaotian's hand. Lord Shenying's expression gradually turned ice-cold. He said sharply, "Are you really planning to betray the empire?" Ling Xiaotian held the god-destroying spear in his hand and prepared for battle. It's not a betrayal, it's a promise. It's all the same. Lord Shenying shook his head slightly. His eyes were cold. Ling Xiaotian said, "Lord, please give me some time. Yin Yu needs treatment." Lord Shenying let out a laugh. Ling Xiaotian, I thought you were a man of character. Now, it seems like you are a hypocrite. In this world, other than the king, who can use divine power to treat Su Yu's injuries? You used the excuse of treating his injuries to find an excuse for yourself to escape. Lord Shenying's eyes were filled with disdain. Come with me obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking. Ling Xiaotian let out a long sigh. Don't stop me. Let me save him. I have already given you the chance. Lord Shenying had lost his patience. Restrict. Lord Shenying opened his mouth and let out a breath. The breath formed the word restrict. It was filled with boundless mystery as it suppressed Ling Xiaotian. Break. Ling Xiaotian raised the world-destroying spear high, his aura magnificent. Thump, the word restrict was blocked, but Ling Xiaotian's body let out a cracking sound. The veins on his neck were bulging, his facial muscles tensed, and he clenched his teeth. His eyes were filled with pain. It was as if his physical body was enduring a great pressure. The seemingly casual attack had caused Ling Xiaotian, who was wielding the palace garrison divine artifact, to only be able to defend himself. This was the power of a human king. Even if a heaven master wielded a divine artifact and had abilities close to that of a human king, he was still no match for Lord Shenying. You overestimate yourself. Since ancient times, those who went against a lord never had a good ending. Fire restriction. Suddenly, the word restrict turned into a ball of raging flames, exploding with a bang. Ling Xiaotian was instantly engulfed by the raging flames. But the raging flames did not harm him. They only turned into a dense net of fire, trapping Ling Xiaotian. Creak, the world-destroying spear in his hand flew back into Lord Shenying's palm. Ling Xiaotian was trapped, his divine weapon stolen. Everything happened in an instant. The difference in abilities between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Be it the three great heaven masters or the Phoenix Cabinet's master, they were all shocked. That was the ability of a human king. With a wave of his hand, he had sealed a heaven master. Glancing at Su Yu, who was falling from the sky and about to be smashed into meat paste, Lord Shenying let out an apathetic laugh. Let's go. Ling Xiaotian looked at Su Yu falling. His eyes were about to pop, and he let out a roar. No. Creak, but Ling Xiaotian let out a low roar, forcefully breaking free of his restraints. He flew down with the raging flames, grabbing Su Yu. You still dare to rebel? An angry snort followed closely behind. Ling Xiaotian turned around and struck. A futile struggle. Lord Shenying's expression was indifferent as he pointed a finger. Thump, blood rained down. Ling Xiaotian's palm exploded. His body looked as if it had been struck by lightning. Like a star, he fell to the ground faster than Su Yu. Thump, dust filled the air, swirling above a giant crater. Ling Xiaotian's flesh was torn, blood drenching his clothes. Many of his injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen. With just one strike, Ling Xiaotian was seriously injured. Thump, Su Yu also fell at that moment. Guided by a shred of spirit energy, he gently landed on Ling Xiaotian's body. A gratified, pathetic smile appeared on Ling Xiaotian's lips. As long as you are fine, he could not even take care of himself, yet he was still worried about Su Yu. Lord Shenying floated down, slightly creasing his brows. After thinking for a moment, Lord Shenying calmly said, "Fine. Bring Yin Yu along as well. We'll bring him back to the Empire's headquarters for interrogation." With Yin Yu in his hands, Ling Xiaotian might be more obedient. When they returned to the headquarters and used Yin Yu as a hostage, Ling Xiaotian would probably have some reservations. In a short moment, Lord Shenying changed his mind. Without any more resistance, the two of them were grabbed by the two inspectors, heading toward the darkness. Ling Xiaotian was extremely bitter. His palm quietly pressed against Su Yu's back. A shred of blood-red energy secretly entered his body. Suddenly, Lord Shenying raised his palm and grabbed, restraining the heavily injured master of the Phoenix Cabinet. "We need a witness for this matter. Master of the Phoenix Cabinet, follow me." He wanted the master of the Phoenix Cabinet to testify that Ling Xiaotian had used a divine artifact to participate in matters not related to the Empire and had betrayed him in front of everyone. The expressions of the female disciples changed. They roared angrily, wanting to charge forward. No. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet hurriedly stopped them. With their battle abilities, they would only die in vain in the hands of Lord Shenying. "All of you, retreat quickly. Stay away from the Phoenix Cabinet. If I can survive, I will rebuild the Phoenix Cabinet." The 10,000 disciples finally calmed down. The cabinet master had been sent to the Empire's headquarters. Without a special reason, the Empire might not kill her. Only by preserving their strength could they make a comeback. Understanding this thought, with Mu Tianfang and the 8 great Phoenix ladies leading the way, they bowed toward the master of the Phoenix Cabinet. "We await master's return." After saying this, the 10,000 disciples turned into beautiful afterimages, escaping into the sky. Although Han Jianglin and the other two were unwilling, they were heavily injured. Furthermore, the Lord was present. How could they dare act rashly? As for Lord Shenying, he was even more disdainful of chasing after a motley crew. "Let's go." With a wave of his big sleeves, Lord Shenying and his group disappeared into the sky, not even leaving behind after images. The ground was littered with corpses. The Phoenix Cabinet was in a state of desolation. Cough. Han Jianglin clutched his chest, feeling a lingering fear. It had been a narrow escape. It had been extremely dangerous. Feng Xian. With a fearful expression, Han Jianglin tilted his head and shouted, "The Phoenix Cabinet has been eliminated, and the North Continent's alliance has been established. When will the Lord you spoke of arrive?" The Snow Listening Tower's master and the Anue City master looked toward Feng Xian at the same time. According to the agreement, the North Continent's alliance has been established. If nothing goes wrong, we will soon be noticed by the Empire of Darkness. If they feel threatened and attack us, the consequences will be dire. Contact that lord immediately. It was no wonder that they dared to provoke the Empire of Darkness. There was indeed someone behind them. Feng Xian had a noble temperament. Her whole body emitted a pure and holy aura. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. "Don't you think it's funny? If the Empire wanted to destroy you, Lord Shenying would have done so long ago. Why wait until later?" The three of them looked angry. "How dare you? How dare you speak to us like that?" Han Jianglin's expression turned savage. "You are just a little phoenix lady. You are just a middleman between us and that lord. Do you think that you are on par with us?" The phoenix lady laughed coldly. "At least my status is higher than yours. You are seeking death." The Anue City master snorted. Before they joined forces, they had received the secret instructions of an unparalleled expert. That expert had never revealed his true form, but the aura he released made them feel as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was because there was such an expert behind them that they had the guts to do so. As for Feng Xian, because she had the pure divine decree and could understand the world, she could receive the thoughts of that expert from thousands of miles away. Thus, she became the messenger between them. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian was arrogant and actually looked down on them. "You are the one who is seeking death." Bang! All of a sudden, a ray of divine light shot over from the distance. It was a giant yellow bird that emitted a destructive aura. Demon Emperor. A peak-level Demon Emperor. The Snow Listening Tower's master felt his whole body stiffen as he was struck by the divine light. The yellow bird within the divine light clawed at him casually. With a bang, the Snow Listening Tower's master turned into a pile of flesh and blood. From the beginning to the end, the Snow Listening Tower's master did not even have time to resist. Chapter 390. The giant yellow bird's eyes were filled with disdain as it looked down on the 20,000-strong army. In its eyes, this army was no different from ants. "Master has other matters to attend to. Listen to young Master Ren's instructions." The yellow bird was indifferent and spoke in the human language. Shua, a cluster of clouds flew over from the horizon. Several figures could be seen faintly. It was a young man holding a sword. The blood sword in his hand exuded a terrifying blood chi. His high-spirited face was carefree and arrogant. Even though his cultivation base was only immortal level 3, the green-robed old man following behind him was an immortal level 4 peak senior. "It's you." The Anue City master sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with hatred and fury. Wasn't that yellow bird the demonic beast that destroyed Anue City? And that young man with the blood sword, wasn't he the young master of the Wu clan who came with him? In the depths of the dark forest, there were many human powers. Among them, the most mysterious was the Wu clan. "Hehe, Anue City master, how have you been?" Wu Yaoyu had a mocking expression on his face. "I did not expect you to be one of my ancestors' subordinates. If I had known, I would have given you face and left the Anue City behind." The Wu tribe would flatten the Tu tribe to announce the rebirth of the Wu tribe. It caused a sensation in the northern continent. However, that was just a prelude. What the Wu clan was really about was, the Anue City master was furious, but he did not dare to say anything. Han Jianglin was even more silent. No one below the Demon Emperor dared to resist. Wu Yaoyu looked down at the ground. His gaze swept past the destroyed Phoenix Cabinet, the 20,000-strong army, and the millions of miles of mountains and rivers in the North Continent. Ha ha ha. The world belongs to my clan. After hundreds of years, my race has returned to the continent and ruled the world. Wu Yaoyu smiled proudly. With that, he lowered his head and smiled. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Northern Continent Alliance. My ancestor is the leader of the alliance. All of you are his subordinates. Everyone was shocked. Wu tribe, Wu Yaoyu. Who was his ancestor? Where did he get the confidence to oversee the Northern Continent and look down on the world? Moreover, what did our race has returned mean? Could it be that the Wu clan was once famous on the continent? Wu Yaoyu raised his head and let out a long sigh. At the same time, I will announce another matter. That is, our clan's name will be completely restored. We've carried the surname Wu for far too long. It's time to reveal ourselves to the continent with our original surname. Original surname? Aren't their surnames Wu? Yu Yarrow, a descendant of the Yu clan of the 8 great ancient clans, prays to the ancestors that the Yu clan has returned. What? One of the 8 great ancient clans, the extinct Yu clan. Back when the King of Darkness came out of seclusion, he swept through the world, exterminated the Moon clan, and imprisoned the Tu clan. What happened hundreds of years ago was still fresh in the minds of the continent's experts. The extinct Yu clan had reappeared. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he controlled the Northern Continent's alliance and looked down on the world. Wu Yaoyu, Yu Yao. The Wu clan was the Yu clan. It was the legendary ancient clan that had perished hundreds of years ago, the Yu clan. He hid in the depths of the dark forest and concealed his identity. Therefore, they isolated themselves from the world, concealed their identities, and quietly multiplied. Now, it had appeared out of nowhere. Who is not convinced? Wu Yaoyu was in high spirits, as if he was a king who controlled the world. Everywhere he looked down on, everyone's hearts jumped. Who dared to resist? Han Jianglin and the Anua city master were the same. The two of them looked at each other and knelt down on one knee. We welcome the Yu clan's return. To Han Jianglin, to be able to rely on the Yu clan, to rely on the powerful ancestor of the Yu clan, was a blessing that he could not ask for. As for the Anua city master, even though he was not willing to lower his head to another of the 8 great ancient clans, if he dared to show any signs of disobedience, he would end up like the master of the snow listening tower. Feng Xian smiled sweetly, her expression trying to curry favor. She landed beside Wu Yaoyu and obediently bowed. Greetings, Mr. Yu Yao. As she spoke, she occasionally cast a charming light that contained a holy aura. The combination of holiness and charm made her exceptionally alluring. Yu Yao let out a long laugh and pulled Feng Xian into his arms. Where is Shen Kong? You planned the upheaval of the Northern Continent with him. Why is he nowhere to be seen? Feng Xian blushed slightly and said indifferently, a useless piece of trash was killed by Silver Yu. Silver Yu? Yu Yao's pupils shrank, his expression turning cold. It's him. Pushing Feng Xian away, Yu Yao's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. Feng Xian was confused and full of resentment. After a moment of silence, Yu Yao said coldly, I have another matter to announce. My wedding will be held in a month's time. All the heroes of the world will be invited. The green-robed old man took out 2 invitation cards and threw them to Han Jianglin and the Anua city master. Finally, Yu Yao took out an invitation and stuffed it into Feng Xian's arms. Feng you must come as well. Feng Xian's entire body stiffened. She held the invitation, feeling dissatisfied. Mo Wu, that woman again, the woman that Yu Yao had to marry. Who was more beautiful than her, more elegant than her, and more talented than her? Thank you, Mr. Yu Yao. Feng Xian will definitely attend the banquet, Feng Xian replied with a smile. Deep in her eyes, however, was a malicious glint. Han Jianglin hesitated for a moment and asked, May I ask Mr. Yu Yao if your ancestor? Oh, where is the Alliance Master? Yu Yao frowned. He left before us. It is said that he was chasing after a nature-defying man. Lord Shenying was traveling at full speed. In half a month, he had flown millions of miles. At that moment, he was nearing the border between the Northern Continent and the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was where the Empire of Darkness resided. Let's stop and rest. After traveling for half a month, Lord Shenying was a little tired. The group landed on a giant rock. Lord Shenying glanced at the three of them and sneered. It has been so long, yet you are still alive. Half a month ago, Su Yu should have died on the spot. Half a month later, he was still alive. Furthermore, he seemed to be getting stronger. At least for now, his breathing was smooth, and his consciousness was clearer. On the other hand, Ling Xiaotian was haggard and tired. In half a month, he looked as if he had aged 10 years. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was also a little tired. The three of them were silent, quietly lying on the giant rock. Lord Shenying raised his head to look beyond the sky, at the boundless sky. It is time. No one understood what he meant. Suddenly, an inspector took out a bottle of jade-green liquid from his sleeves, bringing it to Ling Xiaotian. Palace Master Ling, you've been tired for many days. Drink this bottle of spiritual liquid that can replenish your physical strength and spiritual energy. It's good for your body. Only with this can you defend yourself in the headquarters. This will also prevent us from injuring you and extorting a confession from you, the inspector said expressionlessly. Ling Xiaotian took the bottle but did not consume it. Su Yu's consciousness was slightly clearer. His body was numb, like a puppet. His physical body was dead. His injuries were too severe, and too much of it had been destroyed. In half a month, most of his physical bodies had died. He could faintly smell the stench of death. But what Su Yu could not understand was how he was still alive in such a state. Suddenly, Su Yu looked at the jade bottle, his expression changing. He secretly tugged on Ling Xiaotian's sleeve and said softly, "Don't drink it." Ling Xiaotian nodded indifferently, lifting his head to look at Lord Shenying. "Have you finally decided? Or should I say, has the plan finally gone smoothly?" Lord Shenying's back was facing Ling Xiaotian, his lips curling into a cold, heartless smile. "Ling Xiaotian, do not blame me. Lord Bailuo asked you to be loyal to him multiple times, but you refused. You cannot blame anyone else for being in such a state." Ling Xiaotian had a pathetic smile, a little desolate, and a little stubborn. "Yes. I have indeed brought this upon myself, and I cannot blame anyone else. But I have never regretted it. I, Ling Xiaotian, have only ever been loyal to the king. This is my way of repaying him for recognizing me. Lord Bailuo is but a mere lord. What right does he have to ask me to submit to him? Does he think he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the king?" Lord Shenying laughed as usual. "Haha, ever since the king swept through the world hundreds of years ago, shocking the heavens and reviving the empire, he has been in seclusion. All matters are handled by the Lord. Why can't you submit to Lord Bailuo?" Lord Shenying shook his head indifferently. To put it bluntly, it is unknown whether the king is still alive or not. Among the 7 great lords, only Lord Yi Yu has been able to meet him in the past hundreds of years. Whether he is still alive or not, there is no other way of knowing. Ling Xiaotian's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Nonsense. The king's martial abilities are divine, and he can be said to be a miracle. He has a body that does not die for 1,000 years. What is a mere few hundred years? Ling Xiaotian was unusually respectful toward the King of Darkness. Lord Shenying laughed coldly and shook his head. "Whether you believe me or not is up to you. But I can tell you that it is not just us. The other lords are also suspecting that Lord Yi Yu is a chess piece controlled by some power. Their goal is to use her to pass on the king's will and command the Empire of Darkness." To this, Ling Xiaotian was silent. The King of Darkness had not come out of seclusion for hundreds of years, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. There had been cases where someone had passed on a fake decree. As for Lord Yi Yu, this mysterious woman, she had become the new lord abruptly. She was also highly regarded by the King of Darkness. Only she could enter the king's seclusion grounds and pass on the king's will. Regarding her suspicions, the 6 great lords had a tacit understanding. Thus, Lord Bailuo had the intention of establishing himself and winning over the power of the Empire of Darkness to test Lord Yi Yu's reaction. Once he confirmed that she had passed on a fake message, he would proclaim himself as the King of Darkness and control the empire. Most of the affairs of the empire were managed by Lord Bailuo. For example, He could order Lord Shenying to take action and bring Ling Xiaotian back. No, assassinate him halfway. Lord Bailuo had given you a chance to choose. Unfortunately, you chose another path. As the Lord King's trusted aide, I can only sentence you to death. When I came to capture you, you should have thought about what your fate would be, right? Ling Xiaotian nodded silently. When Lord Shenying appeared, he knew that the so-called fair punishment was but a fantasy. Lord Bailuo did not allow him to live. That was everything. Since you know, then go on your way. I really do not wish to attack you. Lord Shenying revealed a desolate expression. Ling Xiaotian laughed softly. It is not that you do not wish to attack me, but that you cannot attack me. You do not want to leave any traces and be traced back to you. Am I right? Lord Shenying's expression stiffened. A cold, mocking expression appeared. Since you know, then drink it obediently. If he died in the North Continent, everyone would suspect that it was Lord Shenying's doing. Only the border between the North Continent and the Middle Continent was dangerous. There were many ferocious people hiding there. Chapter 391. This bottle of green spirit medicine could cause a person to fall into a coma, and its effects would disappear very quickly. Who would dare say that Lord Shenying was the one who had thrown Ling Xiaotian from the sky, causing him to fall to pieces and lose all of the medicine's effects? Su Yu was furious. Ling Xiaotian had served the empire all his life, yet he was being plotted against. Why must the innocent be implicated in a power struggle between lords? Su Yu's heart was filled with an indescribable fury. However, Su Yu's body couldn't even move, let alone attack. Drink it, Ling Xiaotian. Lord Shenying turned around, his eyes spitting out a ferocious glint. Ling Xiaotian sighed. Half a month. Why won't you give me a chance? Why won't you give me a chance? This is ridiculous. Let him drink it. Lord Shenying let out a low grunt. The two inspectors were about to attack. But at that moment, a black shadow fell from the sky onto the giant rock, floating quietly. Lord Shenying instinctively lifted his head to take a glance. His expression changed drastically, his pupils dilating. Who are you? He shouted fiercely. 100 feet above their heads, there was a black-robed figure floating quietly in the air. This scene caused Lord Shenying to be shocked, his soul to waver. He was a human king, and his senses were extremely sensitive. He could not sense heaven and earth like an immortal realm level 5 peak. But he could not sense a living person within 100 feet of him without him noticing. Furthermore, that person had not intentionally hidden himself. Even so, he was only discovered after he was 100 feet away. Looking over, the black-robed person was completely wrapped up. His face and figure could not be seen clearly. All he could see was a pair of apathetic eyes that looked down on all life. That was true apathy. Apathetic to all life, like the merciless heavens. What made Lord Shenying even more fearful was that, even though he was 100 feet away, he could not sense the other party's presence. It was as if that was just a shadow. His aura, cultivation level, and physical body were all beyond his senses. What kind of strong fighter was this? Even Lord Bailuo. Even the King of Darkness might not be so mysterious. Who is the nature-defying person? The black-robed person's voice was empty, like a puppet. Lord Shenying was extremely serious. I do not know what you are talking about. What was heaven-defying? He had never heard of it before. Ling Xiaotian also did not understand what the black-robed man meant. None of them had personally witnessed that heaven-defying scene. Defying the heavens and forcefully condensing the pure divine decree, who was that? At this point, they understood what the black-robed man was referring to. The heavens had manifested and suppressed those who defied the heavens. This scene was witnessed by the billions of oceans in the Zhonlong continent. However, how would they know who was the one who defied the heavens? You don't know? Then, we'll check them one by one, the black-robed man said indifferently. He pointed a finger at everyone present. Lord Shenying clenched his teeth. Don't go too far. I am the second lord of the King of Darkness, Lord Shenying. Before you act, you better think carefully. When they seized power, they hoped that the King of Darkness was already dead. In the face of such a calamity, He used the King of Darkness, whose fate was unknown, as a shield. How shameful and detestable they were. The black-robed man paused for a moment and said, "The King of Darkness. Back then, you swept across the land and dominated the Zhenlong continent. How bold was that? I just don't know if the injuries I inflicted on him back then have healed completely. Or if he is still alive. If he can survive the hidden latch of life and death, he might have the right to make me fear him." These words caused Lord Shenying to suck in a cold breath. Back then, the King of Darkness had swept across the land with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. The two great ancient clans of the North Continent had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. However, the footsteps of the King of Darkness had stopped without any warning. He had destroyed the Yu clan and imprisoned the Tu clan. He had never moved forward and unified the Zhenlong continent. From then on, he had disappeared without a trace and never appeared in the world again. Could it be that back then, the King of Darkness had been seriously injured and had no choice but to do this? And the person who had been injured by the King of Darkness was the black-robed man in front of him? Lord Shenying swallowed hard. Not only was the person in front of him above the King of Darkness, but he also had a feud with the Empire. "Senior, I do not know the whereabouts of the nature-defying man," Lord Shenying said weakly. "Please be magnanimous. We do not have the intention to be enemies with you." The black-robed man said indifferently, "What difference does it make whether you are my enemy or not?" How belittling were these words? How bold was this person? Lord Shenying was a human king, but in front of the black-robed man, he was just an ant. "You are the strongest. I will check you first." The black-robed man pointed his finger at Lord Shenying. Lord Shenying's expression changed. "Senior, don't do this." Creak, with the world-destroying spear in hand, Lord Shenying instinctively resisted. However, the black-robed man seemed to ignore him. He casually grabbed the tip of the spear and exerted force with his fingers. Crack! A frightening sight appeared. The top-notch middle-grade divine artifact, the world-destroying spear, was actually. It was broken. Lord Shenying was overwhelmed with shock. It was too terrifying. Fear flashed in his mind. Without thinking, Lord Shenying turned and fled. Yes, flee. Apart from the King of Darkness, no one in the Zhenlong continent could defeat the person in front of him. The middle-grade divine artifact-level flying device under his feet suddenly accelerated. His figure cut through the air, as if he had teleported, disappearing thousands of miles away. The black-robed man's eyes remained indifferent. There is no point in struggling. With a flash of his figure, he appeared thousands of miles away with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for Shenying to fly over. His figure was overwhelmed with shock, his heart filled with extreme fear as he fled in terror. On the giant rock, the souls of the two inspectors were also trembling. What kind of saint was that black-robed man? Flee. Without hesitation, the two inspectors turned and fled, not even caring about Su Yu and Lord Shenying, who were about to be executed. Ling Xiaotian and Su Yu's eyes flashed. A black light glowed in Su Yu's robes. A bronze mask appeared in front of him. "Palace Master, insert a shred of spirit energy into me so that the Cabinet Master and I can hide within the mask. That way, it will be easier for you to escape with me." He was not only worried about Lord Shenying. What was more frightening was the black-robed man. He had come for Su Yu. Ling Xiaotian took a closer look, shocked. "The Eternal Mask. You actually obtained this divine artifact." Without further ado, Ling Xiaotian inserted a shred of spirit energy into Su Yu, activating the Eternal Mask. With a whoosh, Su Yu disappeared into thin air, leaving only the mask floating on the spot. Grabbing the mask, Ling Xiaotian turned and fled. 10 breaths later, a black shadow flashed on the giant rock. It was the black-robed man, holding Lord Shenying, whose face was as red as a pig's liver. The pair of middle-grade divine artifacts on his feet had been reduced to dust. "Have you escaped? I'll give chase later." The black-robed man tapped Lord Shenying's forehead. At once, a shocking pain spread throughout Shenying's body. A blood-red crack appeared on his forehead. "You are not." The black-robed man casually tossed Shenying aside. In fact, he did not even have the intention to kill him. No one would intentionally squash an ant to death. Whoosh, 3 breaths later. The 2 inspectors who had escaped were also captured. Leaving a bloody mark between their brows, the black-robed man tossed them aside. You are also not. So, there are only those 2 left. Whoosh, 10 breaths later. Ling Xiaotian was captured. He had already escaped tens of thousands of miles away, hiding in the lake. However, none of this could be hidden from this terrifyingly powerful expert with remarkable abilities. You are also not. The black-robed man creased his brows, tossing Ling Xiaotian aside. Where are the other 2? The black-robed man looked around, his frown deepening. Whoosh, the black-robed man disappeared, searching for Su Yu. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lord Shenying's face turned pale. Let's go, he said hurriedly. He did not even have the time to ask where Su Yu was. What about Ling Xiaotian? The 2 inspectors asked anxiously. Beyond that was the Middle Continent. There were secret guards of the Empire of Darkness patrolling the area. There were also many complicated detection spells that even they did not know about. Once they entered and tried to kill Ling Xiaotian without anyone knowing, everyone would suspect them. Lord Shenying clenched his teeth. Bring him along, quickly. He did not want to stay a moment longer. If the black-robed man could not find Su Yu and took his anger out on them, thus, they could only bring Ling Xiaotian along. Whoosh, the group flew 100,000 miles, stepping into the Middle Continent. The Empire of Darkness is right in front. I hope that the black-robed man is wary and will not chase us, one inspector said, his face filled with fear. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, in front of them, a black shadow descended from the sky, his hands clasped behind his back. His words were laced with anger. How dare you lie to me, he said. Creak, a powerful ripple swept in all directions. The group felt as if their souls and flesh had been ruthlessly scraped by something. Everything about them could be seen in this ripple. Ling Xiaotian's heart thumped, sinking. The divine artifact had been discovered. Su Yu, who was inside, had also been discovered. So you are here. To hide from me, it looks like you are that nature-defying person, the black-robed man said, his face filled with cold murderous intents. Nature-defying will be punished by all. In this world, one nature-defying person is enough. There cannot be a second one. The black-robed man's murderous intents affected the entire world. Dark clouds rolled, the earth rumbled. All living beings prostrated themselves. Heavenly might again. Who was this supreme being? Why was there such an existence on the continent? But at that moment, a mighty voice reverberated throughout Jojo. Ninth Saint Master, Ninth Saint Master. It was as if an unknown call had come from the depths of hell. The black-robed man was the leader of the plaited bamboo hat men, the Ninth Saint Master. Su Yu's heart trembled. That was comparable to the King of Darkness, the master behind Shen Kong and Feng Xian, the Ninth Saint Master. It was him. But what shocked Su Yu even more was the master of that mighty voice. Heaven and earth alternated between light and dark, as if the sun and moon were rotating. An elder with his eyes closed walked between heaven and earth. He held a jade box, his body emitting an ancient aura. What was even more shocking was that he did not have the aura of a living person. That was a corpse. And Su Yu had seen this corpse before. Within the Inu area, at the underground relic, an ancient corpse sealed in ice. He held the jade box and flew away from the sky. And now, he had appeared. Chapter 392. The Void World King. What was that? What was the first-generation nature-defying? Was this old man an ancient corpse from 10,000 years ago? This was too terrifying. Ninth Saint Master. Ninth Saint Master. The ancient corpse, the first-generation heaven-defying lord, had his eyes and mouth closed, but a mighty voice rang out. Su Yu was shocked. That was the voice of the soul. Since you're dead, why come out into the world? The Ninth Saint Lord turned around to face the Void World King. That's your final destination. As the two faced each other, a destructive aura swept toward them. Lord Shenying and the others were like mortals in the midst of a tsunami. Quick, leave. Lord Shenying growled. The battle between two gods was not something they could participate in. Swish, Swish, the ninth Saint Master didn't have the time to care about the Void World King's corpse. Bang, Lord Shen Ying and the others fled for tens of thousands of miles. A destructive wave of air came from behind him, spreading out in a radiating manner. The mountains and rivers were destroyed, and all living beings were wiped out. It was a scene of desolation and scorched ruins. Puff, the two inspectors were annihilated. Ling Xiaotian spat out blood and flew backward. Lord Shen Ying let out a groan. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. The shockwaves from tens of thousands of miles away had such destructive power. How terrifying was the center of their battle. Welcome, Lord Shen Ying. All of a sudden, a group of red-clothed guards flew out from the forest. They rushed over in bewilderment. After sizing up the group of people and escorting Ling Xiaotian, they knelt on the ground and respectfully welcomed them. Shen Ying's face darkened. He had indeed been discovered. Ling Xiaotian could no longer be killed. Suppressing his murderous intent, Lord Shen Ying looked behind him in fear and anxiously said, "Leave quickly." Half a day later, amidst the charred ruins, the Void World King, the first-generation heaven-defying lord, stood quietly in the middle of the ruins. The ninth Saint Master was nowhere to be seen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, a colossal object appeared out of thin air. It was an ancient battleship that was hundreds of thousands of miles long. It was a dark mass that seemed to blot out the sky. Heaven and earth turned dark. Its huge body was like an island in the middle of the ocean. What was different was that this warship was floating in the air. Whoosh, at the bottom of the battleship, a light flashed and several figures descended. Zi Donglai, Lin Yunhe, and a middle-aged man with a sallow face. Behind them were several other youngsters. Zhong Luan, Jiang Mufei, and Zi Yunxiang. "Thank you for your help, World King. Please return to your position." Everyone bowed towards the ancient corpse. Whoosh, the corpse disappeared and entered the warship. The Realm King has returned to guard the divine warship in the sky and protect the people of the continent. It is truly a blessing for the continent. The yellow-faced, middle-aged man sighed. Lin Yunhe had a worried look on his face. The Zhenlong continent has been through many calamities, but the Realm King has never appeared. Why did he only appear during this calamity? I'm worried that this calamity will be comparable to an eternal calamity. These words caused the atmosphere to suddenly become heavy. For a world king to die and appear in the world meant that a great calamity would descend. 10,000 years ago, the world king died in battle. 10,000 years later, how could a remnant soul protect the continent? Compared to their judgment of the catastrophe, Zi Yunxiang was anxious. "Father, where is Yinyu?" Amidst the anxiety, one could see a tinge of sadness. Zhong Luan also had a look of shame. "The Phoenix Cabinet is facing a calamity. My abilities are weak, and I was unable to turn the tide. Seeing Yin Yu being taken away, I cannot escape the blame. If Su Yu were here, he would understand why Zhong Luan and Jiang Mufei would appear at the Phoenix meet after being placed under house arrest, taking the initiative to fight for glory for the Shentian Manor. They were at the Phoenix Cabinet, looking for Zi Donglai, and Zi Yunxiang had found Zi Donglai, as she had wished. "We are too late," Zi Donglai sighed. "The Phoenix Cabinet is facing a calamity. The divine warship in the sky is too late. From the battle just now, it seems that Lord Shen Ying has already taken Ling Xiaotian away. But we did not see Su Yu." Zi Donglai did not finish his sentence. He turned around and patted Zi Yunxiang's shoulder, letting out a long sigh. "Remember this kindness for the rest of your life. Su Yu was already in a state of incurable injury at the Phoenix Cabinet. After half a month, his life force had already been extinguished." No. Zi Yunxiang was grief-stricken. Her heart was torn. The farewell at the Phoenix Fort, a smile at each other, was their final farewell. She still had many things she wanted to say, many favors to repay, many unfinished friendships. Unable to accept the reality of Su Yu's death, Zi Yunxiang's vision turned black, and she fainted on the spot. Zi Donglai's heart stirred, and he helped Zi Yunxiang up. Lin Yunhe's face was filled with nostalgia, sighing. "We have been apart for many years, and we are now separated by the Yellow Springs. I wanted to ask him to reconsider and enter the path of craftsmanship. A shred of loneliness and sorrow appeared on his aged face. The yellow-faced, middle-aged man sighed. It is indeed a pity. A nature-defying genius has fallen just like that. It is a pity. Suddenly, the yellow-faced middle-aged man said curiously, however, his background is indeed thought-provoking. Shenyu Island is where the 9 great dragon veins of the Zhenlong continent are located. For such a nature-defying genius to be born there is unimaginable. Su Yu's background had already been investigated by the Heavenly Law Alliance. Zi Donglai was also at a loss. That's right. Who would have thought that Inu was a disciple of an unknown faction in the 100 Territories Alliance? Zhong Luan was filled with admiration. I have been taught by the housemaster since I was young, but I am not as strong as the disciples of the ocean, a place where even holy kings cannot be born. I have let you down. Regarding this, Zi Donglai shook his head. It is fate. It cannot be forced. Inu, no, Su Yu is dead. Let's announce it to the world. Even if the legendary king of the North Continent is dead, he should not be buried in the dust. Even if he died, he should be given the status he deserved. Central Continent, center. Grand buildings stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Millions of fighters were gathered there. Countless elites and powerful fighters were gathered there. A towering mountain pierced through the clouds. Countless majestic buildings surrounded the giant mountain, like stars surrounding the moon. There was no one who wasn't in awe of him. That was the symbol of the Empire of Darkness, the first peak of the continent. That was the divine peak that was closest to the endless 9 heavens. Standing on it, one could overlook the Zhenlong continent and the endless ocean. That was the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness, the strongest place in the Zhenlong continent. The 8 great ancient clans did not dare defy it. Outside the mountain, there were many fighters. There were as many as 10 heaven masters secretly monitoring suspicious people. No one in the continent could compare to the security of the guards. They stepped into the mountain. A bright path stretched for hundreds of miles, reaching the depths of the mountain. On both sides of the path, tens of thousands of immortal realm fighters guarded the 2 sides. Welcome, Lord Shen Ying. Welcome, Lord Shen Ying. Everywhere he passed, tens of thousands of people paid their respects, welcoming him. Lords enjoyed endless glory in the Empire of Darkness. They were the most respected people under the king. They entered the depths of the mountain. In a resplendent and magnificent palace. 4 black-robed people and a red-robed youth sat quietly in the palace. They looked down from above, their auras powerful. The 4 black-robed people were all men. The youngest was only 20 years old, and the oldest was only 25. But all of them were Immortal Realm Level 5. 3 of them were Heaven Masters, and 1 was a human king. Such frightening geniuses would be peerless geniuses anywhere on the continent. However, there were 4 people gathered here at the same time. The red-robed youth on the far right was a woman. She wore a phoenix crown on her head, and her red cloak hung elegantly on the ground. She wore a daffodil dress, simple, natural, and elegant. Her figure was elegant, and her lines were beautiful. Her face was covered by a ball of water vapor. It was so dense that it was difficult to see through it. The 4 black-robed people each had their own auras. Only the woman held an obscure scripture in her hands, quietly reading it. She was focused, and her aura was extraordinary. Bring Ling Xiaotian here. Begin the trial, Lord Shenying ordered. 6 great lords were interrogating Ling Xiaotian. Hey! Shenying frowned, glancing at the red-cloaked woman, who was focused on reading the scripture. Yi Yu, although you like to read, this concerns the traitor of the empire. Put it down first. Shen Ying was still polite to Yi Yu. After all, she was the only person who could communicate with the king. He naturally had to show her the respect she deserved. Haha, Divine Eagle, why do you have to make things difficult for Yi Yu? She has a vow to witness the prosperity of the world and the ups and downs. Books are the fastest way to do so. Let her read them. We will discuss it and then let her know. Shen Ying was a little dissatisfied, but he could not do anything. They all knew about Yi Yu's oath. She was an extraordinary woman. Her wish was to see all the prosperity and diversity of the continent, and she had made an oath about it. How strange. All right, begin the trial. Ling Xiaotian disobeyed his superiors, severely injured the inspector, and then participated in the fight for power in the North Continent. His intention to rebel is clear. Shun Ying opened his mouth, and Ling Xiaotian declared him guilty. The few great lords exchanged glances. Shun Ying, we have sent people to investigate the matter regarding the inspector. As the inspector, he bent the law for personal gain and despicably launched a sneak attack on a vice-palace master. Such actions should be punished. Ling Xiaotian is not at fault for this. We have many witnesses and material evidence. The one who spoke was another human sovereign, the third-ranked Qing Zhu Holy Lord. He had an elegant temperament, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. Shun Ying. His expression stiffened, and he cursed silently. What a cunning Lord Qing Zhu. While he was trying to capture Ling Xiaotian, they also took action in secret to protect Ling Xiaotian. They understood that they could not let Lord Bai Luo kill Ling Xiaotian. Otherwise, he would be the strongest, and the other great lords would not have a good ending. As for what you said about participating in the fight for power in the continent, do you have witnesses and material evidence? Lord Qing Zhu asked again. Shun Ying was speechless. When the 9th Saint Master arrived, the Phoenix Cabinet Master had disappeared, and the palace garrison divine weapon had been destroyed by the 9th Saint Master. If there is no evidence, relying solely on Shun Ying's judgment would be biased, and it would disappoint the other palace masters. Lord Qing Zhu took each step carefully. Therefore, I feel that whether or not Palace Master Ling betrayed the enemy needs to be considered. We cannot make a rash decision. What do you all think? Lord Qing Zhu asked the other great lords. The few of them naturally followed Lord Qing Zhu and fought against Bai Luo together. Seconded. Seconded. Finally, it was Yi Yu's turn. She came back to her senses from the book, looked at Ling Xiaotian, and nodded her chin. Seconded. They unanimously agreed that he was not guilty. According to the rules of the 7 lords, the minority should obey the majority. Lord Qing Zhu revealed a victorious smile. Shun Ying's expression turned ugly. This group of people. Is that so? Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out from within the hall. It's Bai Luo. Isn't he in seclusion? Everyone was surprised. Chapter 393. Only an immortal level 5 peak could sense heaven and earth. This realm was the demigod realm that even human kings would shrink back from. At this level, no one in the immortal realm was a match for him. Boom boom, a wave of pressure pressed down on the spot. The few great lords were caught off guard. As if they had been struck by a raging wave, they staggered and fell from the tables and chairs. Only Yi Yu remained motionless, surrounded by water vapor. He has broken through to the demigod realm. Lord Qing Zhu's expression changed and he looked terrible. Before this, Bai Luo had only been very close to becoming a half-god. If they combined forces, they could still fight against him. However, he had now become a half-god. Yes, I have broken through. I will now transmit my voice to you from 1,000 miles away. Lord Bai Luo was actually still in seclusion. Lord Qing Zhu's expression kept changing. Bai Luo, why did you suddenly send me a message? Yes, of course it's a joint trial. Lord Bai Luo said, from what I see, Ling Xiaotian is indeed suspected of rebelling. If we let him go like this, he might become a disaster. Now that the king is in seclusion, the continent's situation is mysterious and unstable. Even the Heavenly Law Alliance has come to the human world. At this critical juncture, I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Therefore, Ling Xiaotian shall be beheaded for the crime of defection. Deputy Palace Master Yin Yu will be executed for the same crime. Since he has gone missing and his whereabouts are unknown, from today onwards, he will be wanted by the Empire of Darkness. Anyone who finds him can kill him on the spot. Who refused? Lord Qing Zhu was secretly furious. 7 lords had worked together, but now, Bai Luo was acting as a ruler and acting on his own. However, thinking back to the terrifying aura just now, Lord Qing Zhu pondered for a long time and decided to remain silent. Falling out with Ling Xiaotian just for a single Ling Xiaotian was not worth it. Yi Yu, do you have any objections? Bai Luo took the initiative to ask for Yi Yu's opinion. Yi Yu lowered her head to look at Ling Xiaotian. He has contributed greatly to the empire. Beheading him immediately would be too hurtful. I suggest that we detain him for now and behead him another day. Hihi, then we shall do as Yi Yu says and execute him another day. Take him away. Very quickly, several heaven masters entered and took Ling Xiaotian away. Ling Xiaotian looked at Yi Yu with gratitude. Given the circumstances, it was impossible for Yi Yu to save him. Being able to buy more time for him was already the best he could do. Back then, when Yi Yu walked out of the North Continent's sub-palace, she was indebted to Ling Xiaotian. Bai Luo said in the manner of a duke, "All right, this matter has come to an end. It ends here. Meeting adjourned." However, Yi Yu suddenly said, "There is something that needs to be announced." Everyone looked at her. Relay the Sovereign King's orders. Swish swish swish. Everyone, including Lord Shenying, knelt down on one knee and listened to the decree. Kaila, a beam of light condensed in the palace. It was the form that Bai Luo had condensed with his will, which represented his arrival. However, while everyone else was kneeling, he was the only one standing. Yi Yu glanced at him and said, "Relay the king's orders. The heavenly worship ceremony will be held in 3 months. The 7 lords are to make the necessary arrangements." Yes. The 5 lords agreed. Only Lord Bai Luo nodded his head indifferently. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. At this moment, the entire Zhenlong continent was shaken. There was a huge change in the northern continent. The Phoenix cabinet was eliminated in one night. The disciples fled, and the cabinet master was captured. The northern continent's 3 great superforces, Snow's Lament Tower, 100 Territories Alliance, and Anue City, formed the northern continent's alliance. What was even more shocking was that the Yu clan, one of the 8 great ancient clans, had reappeared in the world. The young master, Wu Yaoyu, and the alliance master, the 9th Saint Master, were in charge of the North Continent, overlooking the entire continent. Such news shook everyone's hearts. The power structure of the North Continent, which had existed for hundreds of years, had undergone a huge change for the first time since the King of Darkness had swept through the world. At the same time, at the Phoenix Meet, an unparalleled legendary genius appeared out of nowhere. Yin Yu had defied the heavens, condensed the pure divine decree, and forged the divine eyes of heavens. Using the power of heaven, he had killed the legendary Shen Kong with one look and become an unparalleled genius of the new generation. Then, with his heavily injured body, he had single-handedly defeated the 3 great heaven masters, completely exhausting them. Such an impressive battle record shocked everyone. His reputation as a legendary king swept through the continent like a bolt of lightning. The drones would never forget this legendary genius. The last matter was something that everyone was talking about enthusiastically. The Yu clan's young master, Yu Yaro, had invited all the heroes of the world to attend his wedding. It was said that the bride was an unknown lady, Mo Wu. As the Yu clan reappeared in the world, the significance of this banquet was obvious. In the Empire of Darkness. The Abyss Prison. This was the dungeon where the Empire of Darkness imprisoned all criminals. It was heavily guarded, and no one could escape from it. Deep within the dungeon, Ling Xiaotian was sealed within the dungeon. It was extremely hard, and even heaven masters could not break it. Taking out the eternal mask, Ling Xiaotian transferred a shred of spirit energy into it. Su Yu and the Phoenix Cabinet's master had escaped. Su Yu's body gave off a foul stench, while the Phoenix Cabinet's master was still in good condition, but her cultivation level had been crippled. Yin Yu, from now on, do not speak. Time is of the essence. Ling Xiaotian tapped Su Yu's back with his palm. Bolts of red energy entered Su Yu's body. This caused Su Yu's face to gradually turn red, emitting a faint glow. His body was also recovering at a weak speed. This is. The Phoenix Cabinet's master covered her red lips, looking at Ling Xiaotian, her eyes glowing with a complicated glow. There was shock, and even more shock. Su Yu said, "Palace Master, what did you give me?" His body, which should have been destroyed long ago, had survived until now. Su Yu had long felt that something was wrong. "You do not need to know," Ling Xiaotian said. "Absorb the energy I gave you with a peace of mind." This is the only thing I can do for you. Su Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but realized that he could not speak. Just like that, 6 hours later, the surface of Su Yu's body emitted a faint blood-red glow. His dead body actually regained a shred of vitality. At that moment, footsteps could be heard outside the dungeon. Su Yu immediately activated the Eternal Mask and re-entered. Her steps were light, and she carried a light fragrance. She wore a plum-red cloak. Who else could it be but Lord Yi Yu? Palace Master Ling, Yi Yu is late. Yi Yu stood at the door, the moisture on her face dissipating. She had a beautiful and ethereal face, like that of a fairy from a painting. Her temperament was tranquil, and her beauty was otherworldly. Ling Xiaotian sighed. It really is you. You have really become a lord. Thank you for your recommendation, Palace Master. Yi Yu was grateful. I was unable to redress your grievances just now. I hope Palace Master will forgive me. Ling Xiaotian shook his head and laughed. No need to apologize. I understand the power struggle within the empire better than you do. Bai Luo is the only one in power. If you were to go against him, you would not be of any help. Instead, you would implicate yourself. Don't worry, Palace Master. I will first delay the execution, then think of a way to save you, Yi Yu said. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaotian rejected her. No. You have already shown your attitude toward me by delaying the execution. How could Bai Luo not have his guard up against you? In fact, your visit to the prison is within his control. If you cannot save me, you will only implicate yourself. Ling Xiaotian had thought this through thoroughly. How could Yi Yu not understand? But Palace Master, I know your character. You would never betray the empire. You have been wronged, Yi Yu said. Ling Xiaotian laughed. It does not matter. As long as I have a clear conscience. Yi Yu felt apologetic. The king is in seclusion, and I cannot report your matter. I can only rely on myself. Filled with gratitude, Ling Xiaotian stood up. There is no need to save me. I have to flee with the name of a traitor. My heart is dead. I only beg of you to help me save 2 people. Who? Yi Yu looked around. Ling Xiaotian said, one is Deputy Palace Master Yin Yu, who came to the sub-palace after you. I owe him and only hope that you can quietly let him go. The other is the Phoenix Cabinet's master. Now that her cultivation level has been crippled, I hope that Lord Yi Yu can take care of her. Deputy Palace Master Yin Yu? Yi Yu frowned. This was the first time she had heard this name, and her heart beat faster. Su Yu, Yin Yu, and Yi Yu were only 1 word apart. All right. Yi Yu agreed. Ling Xiaotian said, if that is the case, I will have no regrets. Give me half a month, and I will have no more worries. Yi Yu stubbornly said, I will think of a way to save you. After saying those words, he flew away. The Eternal Mask shook, and Su Yu appeared. He had not dared investigate the outside world to avoid being discovered. Who was here? Su Yu was curious. Ling Xiaotian smiled faintly. Someone who has done me a favor. All right, close your eyes and do not speak. We need to hurry. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiaotian became more haggard by the day. His expression was haggard, like a mummy. As for Su Yu, his ruined body, which had started to give off a fishy smell, gradually regained its vitality. Now, his flesh was full, and his wounds were gradually healing. Only his internal energy channels were broken, his bones shattered, and his internal organs destroyed. His body still had no feeling. Ling Xiaotian let out a long sigh. Finally, just 1 step away, creak, a series of sounds came from outside the door. Lord Shenying had personally come. Ling Xiaotian, follow me, Lord Shenying said. Today is the day you are to be executed. Ling Xiaotian's expression sank. It is clearly to be executed in a month. Why are you taking action in half a month? Lord Shenying let out a laugh. You know why. Was it to prevent any accidents from occurring? Yi Yu's visit to the prison had agitated Bai Luo. Hence, the execution had to be brought forward. Please give me half a day, said Ling Xiaotian. I only need half a day. I still have something to do. Ling Xiaotian was anxious. Su Yu was just one step away from recovery. Lord Shenying let out a cold laugh. You are neither a human nor a ghost. You still wish to live in this world. Leave. Opening the prison door, Lord Shenying ignored Ling Xiaotian's resistance and captured him alive. Ling Xiaotian's eyes were filled with grief. Just one step. Just one step. Bai Luo had ignored the rules of the Empire of Darkness and executed Su Yu in advance. Was he not afraid of the king coming out of seclusion to settle the score? Lord Shenying brought him to a secluded area on the mountain peak. Ling Xiaotian looked around. You wish to execute me in secret? Haha, what else? Did you really think that we would risk universal condemnation and execute you in advance? Lord Shenying looked around, letting out a cold laugh. During the interrogation, Ling Xiaotian committed a crime and escaped. According to the law, Lord Shenying will execute anyone who escapes. He wanted Ling Xiaotian to bear the crime of breaking out of prison. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable to kill Ling Xiaotian. How dare you? Ling Xiaotian was both shocked and furious. Accept your fate, Ling Xiaotian. Lord Shenying let out a cold laugh. Ling Xiaotian was filled with grief and anger. He was going to be killed for no reason under such circumstances. A shred of determination and madness surged around him. Fine, fine, fine. I will use the last of my life to help Inu. I will use my last drop of blood to give him a new future. Chapter 394. The sky is cold and the white bones are frozen, the ghost cries in the yellow springs. Ling Xiaotian suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed. His sigh was filled with desolation. Lord Shenying's pupils shrank, and he raised his eyebrows. Among the 8 great ancient clans, this is a slang term for the ghost clan. It describes the evilness of the ghost clan. Why is he reciting it before his death? Ghost race. Su Yu had heard that it was the most mysterious and terrifying clan among the 8 great ancient clans. Rumor has it that they are the descendants of ghosts. They were born with the bloodline of the evil ghost, and they could devour the essence of humans' flesh and blood to steal their cultivation. The other 7 ancient clans were also extremely fearful. However, the population of the ghost clan was small, with less than 10 people in each generation. Otherwise, with their method of absorbing the flesh and cultivation of others, they would have long since unified the continent. Su Yu repeated this sentence over and over again. The sky was cold and the white bones were frozen, and the howl of ghosts descended upon the yellow springs. The sky was cold and frosty, and the howl of ghosts descended. In the sky, the howl of ghosts descended. Lin Xiao Ghost Realm. Lin Xiaotian, Ling Xiaotian, Ghost. Gowls. Ling Xiaotian, Ghost Clan. Su Yu's heart thumped loudly. King of Darkness, I, Gui Xiaotian, am indebted to you for saving my life back then. I, Gui Xiaotian, will never forget it. Today, I will have to break my promise. Ling Xiaotian knelt on the ground and bowed deeply toward the majestic mountain. Lord Shenying narrowed his eyes. Gui Xiaotian? Ghost. A hint of bewilderment flickered in the depths of his eyes. Decades ago, the king, who had never stepped out of the central continent, brought back a young man who was on the verge of death from the border between the central and southern continent. Your surname is Gui. Heavenly frost chills white bones, ghosts howl in the netherworld. Sky, howling, ghost. As Lord Shenying muttered to himself, his expression gradually turned serious. Finally, his eyes were filled with shock. Ghost. Ling Xiaotian. You are from the Ghost Clan. Lord Shenying lost his voice in shock. Impossible. The 8 major ancient clans have always been the enemies of the Empire. Why would the Emperor bring you back to the Empire and appoint you as the Hall Master? This is absolutely impossible. Ling Xiaotian's identity as a heavenly Gaol was extremely shocking. He. Ling Xiaotian let out a sorrowful laugh, lowering his head to look at Su Yu, his expression bitter. I once promised the king that I would never reveal myself to the world, but I am going to break my promise. In the past month, I have already infused the bloodline of the evil ghost into your body. This is the only gift I can give you, and the only future I can give you. Ling Xiaotian condensed a weak blood-red air current on his fingertip and sent it into Su Yu's body. This is the last bit. In the past month, not only had Su Yu not died, but his body had also gradually become more plump. Was all of this because Ling Xiaotian had passed on his bloodline of the evil ghost to Su Yu? Shock, emotion, remorse, and self-blame filled Su Yu's mind. Palace Master, you and I are not related in any way. I cannot inherit your bloodline. Please stop. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anxiety. He wanted to resist, but his body was already crippled. The last bit of blood-red air current entered Su Yu's body. Ling Xiaotian's tired and haggard face revealed a look of relief. Originally, I wanted to use another half a day to completely transform your body into a true ghost. Unfortunately, time waits for no man. I can only use my blood as a sacrifice to activate the bloodline of the evil ghost. According to Ling Xiaotian's plan, Su Yu's body would gradually transform, and he would be able to activate the bloodline on his own, obtaining the talents of the ghost clan. Now, he could only use a blood sacrifice to complete it in advance. And the only person who could perform the blood sacrifice at this time was Ling Xiaotian himself. Creak! Ling Xiaotian tore open his arm. Fresh blood flowed, landing on Su Yu's body. A layer of blood-red divine light circled the surface of Su Yu's body, turning the dripping blood into an essence that fused with Su Yu's body. A shocking scene appeared. Within Su Yu's body, the broken bones quickly fused under the nourishment of the essence. In the blink of an eye, a section of the crack disappeared without a trace. Its effect was comparable to the flesh regeneration elixir. No, it was even more violent, faster, and stronger than the power of elixirs. Gurgle, the sound of liquid flowing could suddenly be heard from within Su Yu's body. It was as if the thing that had seized the opportunity had awakened at this moment. Balls of blood-red divine light, visible to the naked eye, seeped into the surface of Su Yu's body, turning into the head of a ferocious ghost. Along with the flowing blood, it wrapped around Ling Xiaotian's bleeding arm. A large amount of fresh blood and flesh was devoured by the ferocious ghost, turning into essence that was sent into Su Yu's body, allowing his body to recover at an alarming speed. Ling Xiaotian's arm withered quickly. His hair rotted, his skin turned dark, and his flesh shriveled. In the blink of an eye, his arm turned into a withered branch, like a withered leaf. His flesh was devoured. His cultivation level was also being devoured. His Heaven Master cultivation level fell continuously. On the other hand, Su Yu's Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier was quickly rising to Immortal Realm Level 3 peak. Finally understanding Ling Xiaotian's intentions, Su Yu's eyes turned moist. His throat was hoarse as he anxiously roared, "Stop!" Ling Xiaotian was using his own flesh and cultivation level to activate the evil ghost energy, injecting life into Su Yu's body. He was going to die. For Su Yu, for someone he had only known for half a year, for someone he had no blood relations with, for a junior who was about to die, he was going to use his own life to extend another person's life. At this moment, Su Yu was shocked, a shock that came from the depths of his soul. Ling Xiaotian endured the devouring of the ferocious ghost peacefully. His rapidly shriveled face looked as if he had aged 20 years in an instant, becoming a frail old man. His wrinkled face was filled with relief. The bloodline of the evil ghost is a gift, but it is also a curse. The king nurtured me in hopes that I would be put in an important position one day. This burden, this mission, I will hand over to you. The bloodline was activated, and the devouring speed became faster and faster. Su Yu's tears rolled down his cheeks, his heart filled with endless grief and indignation. Why was he so foolish, sacrificing himself for him? "Do not be sad," said Ling Xiaotian. "The king once said that when my mission comes, it will be the time for me to die. This year is my last year, and my time is up. I am merely passing on the power of my bloodline to you a few months in advance. I am sorry that I could not save you. I could only place this heavy burden, this mission that I will definitely die on you." Ling Xiaotian's voice gradually became weaker. His flesh and blood had already been sucked dry. His white hair gently floated in the air. That was an old man with one foot in the grave. Even so, he still looked at Su Yu with a pair of pitying and apologetic eyes. His face was filled with relief as he bid farewell to Su Yu. His vitality was nearing its limit. He was about to die. As for Su Yu, his shattered bones, severed veins, and destroyed internal organs had all recovered to their original state. His cultivation base had also broken through from Immortal Level 3 upper tier to Immortal Level 4 peak. Ling Xiaotian had passed on all of his cultivation to Su Yu. Everything that seemed to take a long time actually happened in an instant. By the time Lord Shenying reacted, it was already complete. I cannot let you live. Lord Shenying's expression was gloomy. He roared loudly and attacked Ling Xiaotian's head with his palm. The King of Darkness actually had a great use for Ling Xiaotian. If the King of Darkness was still alive and knew that they had killed Ling Xiaotian, then they had to die, even if it meant silencing them. As the wind from the palm struck, Ling Xiaotian's lips curled into a smile of relief before his death. He calmly faced the endless death. No. Palace Master. Su Yu roared angrily, his tears flowing freely. Under his powerful will, his body, which had yet to fully recover, was forcefully controlled. Ah! I will kill you. Su Yu was furious. He suddenly struck out with his palm, enveloping Ling Xiaotian's evil ghost energy. With a sharp whistle, he charged toward Lord Shenying. Caught off guard, his right arm was enveloped. Ah! With a pathetic cry, Lord Shenying's palm turned into black ash on the spot. The flesh and blood essence of the arm was devoured in an instant. Furthermore, the evil ghost energy spread along his palm, devouring his entire body. In his pain, Lord Shenying struck decisively. He cut off his own arm, isolating himself from the evil ghost energy. Fresh blood sprayed out. The intense pain struck his soul, causing his gloomy face to look like a demon. My hand. My hand. His fearful face was filled with hatred. I want all of you to die a horrible death. The aura of a human king was vast and mighty. Su Yu was at Immortal Level 4 peak. At that moment, his blood surged, and his figure flew backward. Whoosh! Su Yu waved his large sleeves, creating a gust of wind that carried the dying Ling Xiaotian away, flying backward. Stay here. Lord Shenying's roar shook the heavens. His hateful gaze was like that of a demon from hell. Roar, but the face of a ferocious ghost pounced once again. Lord Shenying had no choice but to retreat seriously. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu put Ling Xiaotian into the eternal mask and flew away. As he flew, his teary eyes were bloodshot and filled with boundless hatred. You, all of you, anyone who has been stained with his blood must die. I, Yin, swear on my soul, my life, and everything that I have that if I do not kill all of you, I will fall to the underworld forever. If I do not kill all of you, I will fall to the underworld forever. Fall to the underworld forever. Fall to the underworld forever. A heart-wrenching hatred reverberated throughout the Empire of Darkness. Countless people were shocked. They looked up, their eyelids twitching. That killing intent, that hatred, just how strong was it? It was like the might of the heavens, vast and mighty. In an instant, the Empire of Darkness was shaken. The hateful Lord Shenying was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His soul shook, an indescribable pressure welling up in his heart. The resentment in his eyes was even suppressed by this earth-shattering hatred. A tinge of regret floated in his heart. After a moment, Su Yu stabilized his emotions and freed himself from the evil ghost energy. The commotion had attracted attention from all directions. The 5 lords were the first to arrive. Hearing the oath reverberating through the 9 heavens, they were shocked. What happened? Shenying, your hand. Lord Qingzhu stared at it and asked. Suddenly, he noticed that Shenying's palm was covered in blood and bones. He was terrified. The other lords also felt their blood run cold. Lord Shenying felt guilty, clenching his teeth. It was Yin Yu. He kidnapped Ling Xiaotian. Everyone's eyes narrowed. How powerful was Yin Yu? How could he have saved someone from Lord Shenying? Furthermore, Ling Xiaotian should have been in prison. How could he have been kidnapped here? Yi Yu's face, which was shrouded in mist, turned cold. You assassinated him in advance. How dare you? She was shocked and furious. She had been thinking of a way to save Ling Xiaotian for half a month. Lord Shenying pretended to be calm. I only brought him to question him. It was Yin Yu. He is a remnant of the Ghost Clan. Everyone's pupils shrank. The Ghost Clan was one of the most terrifying and mysterious 8 great ancient clans. Looking down at Lord Shenying's palm, everyone's expressions turned ugly. The 8 great ancient clans were the mortal enemies of the Empire of Darkness. He had barged into the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness without permission and infiltrated a branch palace. He had ulterior motives. A ray of light appeared. It was the 1,000-mile projection of Lord Bai Luo. Chapter 395. Tens of thousands of miles away. In the quiet forest, on the shore of a beautiful lake, Su Yu let out Ling Xiaotian and the Phoenix Cabinet's master. Ling Xiaotian's hair was white, like a dried corpse. He only had one breath left in his body. Thud! Su Yu knelt down on both knees, kowtowing heavily. Dried tears could be seen on his face, his eyes red and swollen. Palace Master, he shouted in a low voice. Su Yu was filled with guilt and self-blame. He had obtained a new life, but it was an extension that Ling Xiaotian had used his life to exchange for. He was not close to Ling Xiaotian, but at the last moment, he had used his life to save Su Yu. Ling Xiaotian's lips moved with difficulty, forcing a smile. As long as you are alive, Su Yu was in pain. Palace Master, I will use my life to save you. Shaking his head, Ling Xiaotian was gratified. I do not regret it. Before I die, I hope that you can promise me 2 things. Su Yu nodded deeply. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. First, swear that I will never use the evil ghost energy against the people of the Empire. I am a member of the Empire, and I will die as a ghost of the Empire. If you use this method to kill them, I will have no face to face them. Su Yu was silent. Shenying and Bai Luo were people he had to kill. All right, I promise. I will never use the evil ghost energy against the people of the Empire. He did not need the evil ghost energy to kill them. Second, if the King of Darkness is in trouble, please help me, even at the cost of your life. Su Yu did not hesitate. All right, even at the cost of my life. Ling Xiaotian had a gratified expression. Other than this, I have no more regrets. Su Yu kowtowed. Ling Xiaotian closed his eyes, his aura gradually weakening. But before he died, he was still worried about Su Yu. If I die, please continue to live. Do not seek revenge for me. Use the evil ghost energy well. Ling Xiaotian's lips moved. One last thing. In the early stages of using the evil ghost energy, the evil energy will affect the host. You need a feminine energy to weaken the influence. You must not forget this. Su Yu said, what will happen if I do not find the feminine energy? Ling Xiaotian said, the cultivation that you have devoured has been wasted, and has fallen back to its original level. But once you get used to the power of the evil spirit, you won't need to rely on it anymore. You've devoured my cultivation and one of the divine eagle's palms. You should search for the power of yin immediately, lest something unexpected happens. With that, Ling Xiaotian closed his eyes completely. Su Yu's expression became tense, and he immediately transferred a shred of spiritual energy to him to maintain his life. However, Ling Xiaotian was like a bottomless pit. The moment spiritual energy entered it, it would be immediately devoured like a clay ox entering the sea. The Phoenix Cabinet's master stepped forward and frowned. It's useless. He is already at the end of his rope. Relying on your spiritual energy will not be enough to sustain his life. Su Yu's heart sank, and he was extremely anxious. Was he going to die? Ever since Li Guang died trying to save him, Su Yu had never been able to undo the knot in his heart. Could it be that he had to do it again? Let me try. The Phoenix Cabinet's master parted her fingers, and a drop of blood essence flowed out. It contained a vigorous flame power. The drop landed on the tip of Ling Xiaotian's brows, entering his forehead. At once, a warm energy circulated within his body. This is the power of my bloodline, the Phoenix Cabinet's master said. It can keep him alive for 3 months, but only for 3 months. No amount of blood essence will be of any use. If you do not save him in 3 months, then everything will be over. Su Yu was ecstatic, and he was moved to tears. He knelt down toward the Phoenix Cabinet's master and said, "Thank you, Cabinet Master. I, Yin, will never forget your great kindness." It looked like a simple drop of blood, but the Phoenix Cabinet's master's face turned pale. Every drop of blood essence used was one drop less. Furthermore, the Phoenix Cabinet's master was severely injured. The power within the blood essence was what maintained her cultivation level. Giving it up just like that would put her in an even more dangerous situation. There was no way she could repay such a great kindness. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's face was filled with tenderness, and she gently helped Suyu up. Looking at his serious and surprised face, she felt that Suyu was the first person she had ever seen who valued relationships so much. If she had met such a legendary king when she was still a young girl, a man as handsome as a deity, yet with such a noble character, she would have fallen in love with him. Thinking about this, the Phoenix Cabinet's master smiled. "This was just a thought. Don't be like this," the Phoenix Cabinet's master said. "Now that my cultivation level has been crippled, the power of my bloodline is a burden to me. Why can't I save a life?" But her words could not hide her disappointment. She had fallen from a high and mighty heaven master to a cripple. How could she easily accept such a huge difference? Furthermore, she had a blood feud with countless of her disciples. With her cultivation level crippled, it was impossible for her to take revenge. Suyu raised his head, looking at the dignified, gentle, and beautiful face. His heart was filled with emotions. From the first time they met, he had developed a favorable impression of this dignified, gentle, and generous cabinet master. She was kind and pure. Even though she was over 40 years old, she looked like a woman in her 20s. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's heart skipped a beat. Suyu's gaze caused her to be at a loss. Being looked at by Suyu, the Phoenix Cabinet's master's heart skipped a beat. Suyu's gaze caused her to be at a loss. He was clearly blind, so why did he have such a spirited gaze? The cabinet master muttered to herself. She had always thought that Suyu relied on his sense of hearing and was blind. "What are your plans?" The Phoenix Cabinet's master changed the topic, trying to ease the awkwardness. Suyu said, "I will return to the North Continent sub-palace to find an item and save the palace master." "What about Xiana?" the cabinet master asked softly. She was envious of Xiana for having such a husband. Suyu was silent for a moment, his tone low. "The palace master has given me a new lease on life. His life is at stake, and I cannot think about relationships. As long as I do not save the palace master, I will not be able to spend the rest of my life with Xiana in peace. This is a regret in my life that I cannot leave behind." With Li Guang before him, how could Suyu owe Ling Xiaotian a favor? The cabinet master's eyes were filled with admiration. She was even more moved by Suyu. He could go against the heavens in anger for a beauty. He could fight for a favor and not be trapped in relationships. Such a man was a true man. Why had she never met him before? "What about the cabinet master?" Suyu asked with concern. The cabinet master's expression darkened. She forced a smile. "His cultivation level has been crippled. What can a cripple do? Carry your regrets and become immortal. Help your husband and teach your children, spending the rest of your life. Help your husband and teach your children." Suyu suddenly felt an indescribable sense of regret. Such a peerless beauty had fallen to such a state. "I'm sorry I could not help you." Suyu was apologetic. The effects of the 9-death elixir had seeped into the Phoenix Cabinet Master's limbs and bones. Unless he found the antidote, how could it be neutralized? The Cabinet Master smiled. "You have saved my life. This is a debt that cannot be repaid. How can I force you to cure me?" The two of them were silent for a moment. Suyu quietly placed Ling Xiaotian back into the eternal mask. He extended his hand. "Let's go. I will bring you to a safe place." The Cabinet Master was a little unnatural. She extended her soft and fair hand, stuffing it into Suyu's thick and warm palm. Her heart skipped a beat as she felt the shocking warmth. She then let out a self-deprecating laugh. "What am I doing? He is just a child." Furthermore, he was her disciple's fiancé. There was a huge gap in seniority between the two of them. She should not have any strange thoughts. After regaining her composure, the cabinet master naturally said, "Let's go." Nodding his head, Su Yu squatted down and prepared to carry Ling Xiaotian on his back. Unexpectedly, Su Yu's whole body suddenly trembled. After that, his expression turned stiff, and he stood motionless at his original position. Beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead, and his face revealed an expression of extreme pain. His face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. A layer of faintly discernible blood-red fog appeared on his body. It looked extremely strange. "Oh no. It's the evil ghost energy," Su Yu thought quickly, immediately understanding the cause. At the same time, he immediately searched his body for any treasures with feminine energy. According to Ling Xiaotian, it was very difficult to control the bloodline of the evil ghost the first time he had obtained it. He needed a treasure that contained feminine energy to neutralize the effects of the evil ghost energy. Otherwise, his cultivation level would drop, and his life would be in danger. But he only had 2 or 3 items on him. There were no feminine items. "Cabinet Master, do you have any treasures with feminine energy?" Su Yu asked for help. His entire body was red, his cultivation level fluctuating, showing signs of instability. If he hesitated any longer, his cultivation level would definitely drop. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet was at the side, her expression changing when she heard Ling Xiaotian's instructions. She had used her life to transfer the cultivation level to Su Yu. If his cultivation level were to drop, wouldn't it be a waste? Furthermore, Su Yu was in danger and urgently needed his cultivation level. If he dropped to Immortal Realm Level 3, he would be in grave danger. Whether he could escape the Middle Continent alive was another matter altogether. The cabinet master's heart thumped, not daring to be negligent. She searched his body, but did not find any treasures with feminine energy. "I don't have any either." She had been captured alive, so how could she have had the time to prepare a special treasure? Seeing Su Yu's cultivation level drop, the cabinet master was anxious. Su Yu's expression was one of deep disappointment and bitterness. "The palace master just gave me a cultivation level. What a waste." Seeing Su Yu's expression, the cabinet master felt an indescribable heartache. He must be blaming himself now. However, there was nothing she could do to help a magic treasure with the power of yin. "Wait." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed past the cabinet master's mind, her expression changing slightly. She hesitated for a long time, as if making a difficult choice. Finally, she stomped her feet, biting her teeth, her face red. "That. If you don't mind, I can help you. If you don't mind, I can help you." Su Yu was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, cabinet master." His cultivation level was about to drop. The cabinet master's words were like coal in a snowstorm. But the master of the Phoenix Cabinet hesitated, biting her lips as she stared at Su Yu. Her eyes were filled with a complicated expression. There was even a shred of mist quietly spreading. Su Yu was shocked. "Cabinet master, what are you doing?" The cabinet master was expressionless. "Close your eyes." Su Yu froze, trying to close his eyes. But just as he closed his eyes, a bolt of energy attacked his neck, hitting the back of his head. Su Yu was shocked, his consciousness slipping into unconsciousness, and he fainted on the ground. In his fuzziness, he could only hear a light sigh, as well as a rustling sound. Chapter 396. Half a day later, when Su Yu woke up, the Phoenix Cabinet's master had already disappeared. When Su Yu opened his eyes in a daze, he realized that the violent evil ghost energy in his body had dissipated. The blood-red fog on the surface of his body had also disappeared without a trace. His cultivation base had stabilized once again, and the crisis had been successfully resolved. Subconsciously getting up, he realized that he wasn't wearing any clothes. Instead, there were 2 pieces of women's clothing beneath him. A bright and glistening plum blossom bloomed to its fullest. "This is..." Su Yu's mind buzzed, and he immediately understood what had happened. "Su Yu." All of a sudden, a voice drifted into Su Yu's ears, and when he looked at the source of the voice, he discovered that it was a jade pendant that was transmitting messages. It was stuck to Su Yu's chest, and it would automatically be activated if Su Yu made any movements. Primordial yin is also a feminine force, So I'm sorry that I didn't ask for your opinion before knocking you out and treating your injuries. Su Yu's whole body shook violently. It was indeed true. The Phoenix Cabinet's master had used her precious virginity, which she had kept for decades, to save Su Yu. There is no need to blame yourself. Palace Master Ling did not hesitate to sacrifice his life. I merely gave up some things. Furthermore, due to the fusion, some of the evil ghostly energy in your body entered my body and swallowed up the poison of the 9-death pill. At the same time, it also turned the medicinal pill into pure energy. Not only did my cultivation recover, but it even improved significantly. I now have hope of breaking through to sovereign personage. It was a blessing in disguise. You don't need to feel apologetic. The grudges between us are offset. Lastly, please don't tell Xian about this and please forget about me. You, take care. The last sentence was choked with emotion. When Su Yu heard this, he was stunned. The Phoenix Cabinet's master, whom he had only known for a few days, had chosen to save him by becoming his woman. A deep warmth surged in the depths of his heart. However, he didn't know how to make it up to her. With Xian around, they might never be fated to be together. Similarly, Jiang Xueqing and Princess Yun Yang were the same. He was unable to make it up to them. He would forever be a woman with a flaw in his heart. Leaving behind a sigh, Su Yu disappeared with Ling Xiaotian. A few days later, in the northern continent's branch palace, the Inu area was bleak and desolate, and everyone was in low spirits. The Phoenix Cabinet sent a message back. Palace Master Yin Yu had battled all the heroes of the continent and stood proudly on the throne, establishing the legend of a genius that transcended generations. Such a great achievement was inspiring. However, the news that followed was that he had been captured and was being punished by the headquarters. Elder Fan, the palace master is no longer here, and Lady Z has also left. Our Inu area has returned to how it was before. A little boy sighed and said to Elder Fan. There was a tinge of regret on his aged face. People come and go, everyone is just a passerby. Suddenly, Elder Fan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the horizon. Ouyang Long, show yourself. A heavenly voice that could travel hundreds of thousands of miles was heard. The 10 regions of the branch palaces all heard it clearly. It's Palace Master Yin Yu. He's not dead. Cheers filled the Inu area. The Empire's headquarters had yet to issue a warrant for Su Yu's arrest. Ouyang Long stayed in the numinous Sky Hall, waiting for Ling Xiaotian to return. Wei Yang's expression changed, and he flew up to the sky. Welcome, Palace Master Yin Yu. Sure, after 10 minutes, Su Yu descended. Ouyang family master, let's cut to the chase. May I ask if the divine artifact, the Dragon Soul Coffin, is still here? Su Yu had returned to the sub-palace just for this item. Ouyang Long thought for a moment, then flew to the ground, carrying a dragon-shaped coffin as he flew up. Su Yu was delighted. When Ouyang Long moved his family, he had brought it along. Palace Master Yin Yu, if you need it, feel free to take it. Ouyang Long was grateful to Su Yu. Su Yu said gratefully, may I ask if you can save me when I was on the brink of death like back then? To this, Ouyang Long was disappointed. I'm afraid it cannot be as you wish. Saving you back then used up 100 years worth of energy. I will need to wait another 100 years. Is there no other way to quickly recover energy? Su Yu's expression sank. There is. Refine it. Ouyang Long said. This was a divine artifact that had already been refined. Hence, its descendants could not use its full power unless they refined it again. Refine it. Su Yu's eyes glowed with a cold light. In this world, only the ancient race's 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid could refine a divine artifact, turning it back into an ownerless divine artifact. Within the two clan, only one person possessed the 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid. The Anue City Master. Where is the North Continent's alliance located? Su Yu's gaze flashed. Ouyang Long said without hesitation, it's in the Forest of Darkness. The young master of the North Continent's alliance, Yu Yarrow, also known as Wu Yarrow Yu, has announced that he will be holding a wedding soon, inviting all the elites of the continent. Wu Yarrow Yu, Yu Yarrow? Yu clan. The 8 great ancient clans? Su Yu's eyes glowed with a cold light. He had long felt that the North Continent's alliance had rashly become enemies with the Empire of Darkness, and that there was someone behind it. Now, it looked like it was true. The Yu clan had returned. But Wu Yarou Yu, who was above the 100 Territories Alliance, was actually the young master of the Yu clan. Who was he getting married to? Was it the vicious Feng Xian? Thank you. Farewell. Ouyang Long said hurriedly, Palace Master, what are you planning to do? Su Yu stomped his feet, saying, all of you, leave the North Continent's sub-palace as soon as possible. A great change is about to occur. It was obvious that the people from the main division would purge the North Continent's sub-palace, erasing Ling Xiaotian's trusted aides. The Ouyang family was definitely among them. What? Ouyang Long's expression changed, a little ugly. He had led his entire clan to seek refuge with the Empire of Darkness, but in the end, they had no place to hide. Let's return to the 100 Territories Alliance, Su Yu said. Ouyang Long was speechless. Could they still return to the alliance? There was no longer a place for them to hide. Just go back. Han Jianglin will not return. After Su Yu said this, he turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the sky, heading straight for the Forest of Darkness. 1 month later, deep within the vast Forest of Darkness, there were people coming and going. Countless powerful fighters from the continent sent their clansmen to this place. This was because an ancient family that caused the continent to tremble had once again descended upon the world. Deep within the forest, a mysterious and enormous ancient castle, like a bright pearl, lay quietly in the vast primitive forest. 2 enormous demonic beasts of lower tier hovered in the sky, their auras majestic. Countless heroes of the continent brought gifts, heading over to congratulate them. At the entrance, a green-robed elder welcomed the guests, his face full of smiles. The Shi clan of the 8 great ancient clans has arrived. The Ming clan of the 8 great ancient clans has arrived. The Wan clan of the 8 great ancient clans has arrived. The Li clan of the 8 great ancient clans has arrived. Of the 8 great ancient clans, other than the leading Qin clan, the mysterious Gui clan, and the surrendering Tu clan, the other 4 great ancient clans had all arrived. Their arrival would witness the return of the Yu clan. The Heavenly Law Alliance has arrived. Even the Heavenly Law Alliance had received an invitation. Beside the green-robed elder was Huang Xiaoyan, a female martial artist with slanted eyes and a crooked mouth. Haha, young master is indeed impressive. Marrying a woman can garner the support of so many powerful forces. Huang Xiaoyan laughed loudly. The green-robed elder's smile changed to a cold sneer. Would they dare not come? With the 9th Saint Master of the Yu clan here, who would dare not come? Huang Xiaoyan said, what about the Qin clan and the Gui clan? Humph. These 2 clans that do not know what is good for them will be destroyed by the 9th Saint Master sooner or later. The green-robed elder was unconcerned. At this moment, a group of people walked over. Han Jianglin, the Anue city master, Feng Xian. The green-robed elder calmly said, the North Continent's alliance has arrived. Feeling discriminated against, Han Jianglin and the other 2 were unhappy, but they could not do anything about it. On the surface, they were the main forces of the North Continent's alliance. However, in reality, the Yu clan was the mastermind behind the scenes. The person with the most unsightly expression was the Anue city master. The Yu clan, which had destroyed his clan, wanted him to come and congratulate them. Tu clan master, have you prepared the congratulatory gifts? The green-robed elder asked arrogantly. The Anue city master was furious. It was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. He was a clan master of one of the 8 great ancient clans, yet he was being threatened by an immortal realm level 4-peak old man. Although the other party seemed to be Yu Yarou's trusted aide and followed him around, it was too much to bully him like this. Although the Anue city master was secretly furious, he put on a pleasant expression. Of course. Humph, you should know what kind of congratulatory gift you should present, right? The green-robed elder grunted. The Anue city master could only smile. Don't worry, the 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid has been prepared. We only want the original liquid. Don't take out the diluted liquid to embarrass yourself. Hearing this, The Anue city master was furious. The Yu clan was forcing them to hand over the two clans' foundation. There were only 10 drops of the 10,000 soldier spiritual liquid. How precious was it? I know what to do. The Anue city master let out a light grunt, then entered. After waiting for the group to enter, the green-robed elder grunted in disdain. You still want to be arrogant under the Yu clan? Huang Xiaoyan pouted angrily. Who else is not here? The green-robed elder flipped open the name list. Everyone is here. Let's go in as well. The wedding is about to begin. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyan noticed a figure on the horizon, stepping on a white cloud. There's someone else. The green-robed elder followed her gaze, confused. It was a skinny figure, seemingly very young. But that was not all. This youth was extremely strange. He was carrying a giant coffin on his back. Su Yu stepped on the wind, looking at the brightly lit castle. His expression was cold. You want to use the wedding to spread your name? He. I will grant you your wish,